Hello everybody and welcome back to the HCS Charlotte Major here. And right now we've got winners bracket action on your screens. The pool plays are done and dusted. And now we get into the business end of the tournament. FaZe Clan up against Envy. Two teams battling it out, very close in the seeds. Third versus fifth, I believe. So this one promises to have everything that you would want from a series of Halo.
Yeah, this is not going to be an easy series for either team. I think that's to be expected when you get into the winners bracket, but particularly there's a lot of expectation on FaZe, it being the FaZe Major, and also I think an expectation on Envy considering the performances they've had online and at some other tournaments as well. Now the real question is, can you actually take down FaZe, who have looked a little bit rocky at times in game one, and then maybe build off that?
And there is a little almost stigma around it. There will be people saying that they're online kids. That this could be an opportunity to start to put to bed some of those rumors and those naysayers. Silence the haters. Shush the doubters. What better place to do it against a team like FaZe Clan?
At the moment, first hill going towards Envy. I had to double check colours for a second.
No, the issue is you would be confused and you'd be forgiven for it because Envy being a blue team typically and FaZe being a red team.
I was about to say.
They're all switcheroos.
A little switcheroo, a little dipsy doodle, but it is going to be Envy taking the lead here, and the perfect start they could have asked for, just to pop FaZe on the back foot a little bit here. Precision tries to break into the hill, but will just be gunned down there as now Yak's the last remaining player.
And he scurries around bottom middle. For his teammates spot back up and they get some information for his team. Towards green now, but FaZe have full control of the map. First pick is going to hurt the chances of Envy breaking this setup. Penguin will fall, so it was traded out, but damage should be still FaZe Clan's advantage. Trippy continues to stand inside that hill. Yaks it over towards Big Door. Snakebite puts down covering fire, does some damage, backs him up. Lucid, the help of the repulsor, goes from bottom to top middle in a hurry. Precision's quite happy to give this one up and play for the rotate. And here comes Snakebite down in damage, but finds Precision also in a similar situation. Snakebite drives forward, almost gets one of the descendants. Lucid trades that one out. So 3 dead. Envy prioritizing the rotation, but they've lost it pretty quickly. Lucid, the last man alive for his team, and he's going to try and prioritize taking positioning here as the rest of Envy spawn over towards green.
Yeah, Lucid taking a spot where he can just try and gain a little bit of info before they start to think about how they want to attack this hill, but they're also controlling top middle at the moment to get control of the sniper rifle. So they've got snipe, they've got camo, and they've got a plasma pistol. And I think Lucid's going to get the jump on the position here, which he will. So now that's the opening they were looking for, but the nade maybe is just going to hold back this push. So expectations now shifted over towards Trippy. Does get the body shot. Can't quite tag with the bandit though, but at least they forced him out of the hill.
Although he doesn't get the kill, he does ensure that the shields don't come back that extra beat or two. And that can be enough sometimes as you delay. Doesn't want to get inside the hill. From the bait position into this fight, does finally get the kill, but Precision doing a very good job of delaying, and that meant that Trippy couldn't get the kill, get the points in the hill as well. So FaZe in the ascendancy ever so slightly for the moment with map control, not in progress in the hill, but things looking good for them with 2 dead for Envy.
Trippy listening to every call at the moment, not sure which angle to watch, but he actually turned away from Keydor because he got the call that there was going to be someone there, but they already had the eyes on him, they had the flank on him, so instead he just switched up and changed angles, but yet to find a connection with one of these headshots. But at the moment it's just the sheer presence of the sniper rifle is keeping Envy back.
Trying to evade the line of sight of this sniper rifle over towards scoreboard. Precision does lose his life trying to progress on the map. Trippy again just cannot find the home with these shots, but pressure being applied from the rest of his teammates. Snakebite gets 2 with the backstab, and FaZe Clan now 2-1 up and immediately start to rotate, but Envy are going to spawn over towards Mud. So advantage them for now. The onslaught doesn't stop. The action does not stop. And FaZe Clan keep on moving.
Carbide doing its job. Lucid the last remaining player then. So Envy really need to bite back here. If FaZe take a 3-1 lead, it starts to look a little dicey. Although I will say on live fire, we have seen some pretty incredible comebacks on King of the Hill. it is difficult to play time in certain areas. Lucid showing that his movement around the map has not changed over the years.
Piggy over towards green, Jiggle peeks. Gets 3 shots into his shields for his troubles. So although he's got some information, it's at great cost. Now he goes down, as does Jackson. Lucid with a tidy double kill. Might not be done there. Trippy's there. A long time duo. Split for a short while, but back together once again. And churning out some of the great hits.
What would you say the great hits are?
Don't look back in anger.
That was very quick.
Wonderwall.
Well, yeah, without a doubt.
Mr. Brightside.
You can stop there and I think I'd be happy.
I will stop there then.
Penguin trying to stop Envy there and getting close to the hill, and that's exactly what he will do. He delayed, and now FaZe will have a 3-1 lead here. Descendant, last remaining player, does get the kill onto Snakebite. Has the damage already been done here? Well, there could be more. Lucid with the sniper rifle, sadly, can't connect, and it does get perfected.
Double bouncing again, the hop from Descendant, just enough to maneuver his hitbox away from that headshot. And now he's got his feet planted inside the hill. Body shot comes from a teammate. It was Piggy with the snipe. Made the kill a lot easier than it could have been for Descendant. He stays inside the hole, just now ventures out. Spot Snakebite again. This squabble will start right back up again.
The squabble wobble.
Enemy team took the hill.
Piggy then cuts. Back to top middle he goes. Cannot find a home. Cannot connect onto Trippy, who was now forced bottom middle. And he loses a teammate, Snakebite, who was trying to back him. Precision will chase the kill, or at least try and chase himself out of harm's way, but straight into the waiting and thankful arms of Trippy using that carbine. Ooh! Clay pigeon! He said, pull! And Jackson shot out of the air, so.
And Jackson said, ow.
Enemy team took
That's
the
not a
hill.
direct quote. We'll have to.
No, it is.
Okay.
I have it listening.
It's Trippy, top tower now.
Enemy team
FaZe are undefeated on this game mapping mode, by the way, throughout this season. 4-0.
enemy about to score.
Envy 3-1. So it is a good one for both of them. So probably more important for FaZe to be able to solidify this one and just continue that record. Snakebite just picked up a double in the kill feed. I think it might even be a triple with the trade. Did just stop Envy from scoring straight away, but I think they will make this 3-2, and it's not over yet. Still making a game of this, our Envy, and FaZe, they are going to have to be careful. They don't allow this one just to slip through their fingers.
You can see there's a very clear game plan from FaZe, letting this hill go. Prioritize it, trying to get to rotate, but actually what Envy have done is by delaying scoring, they might open the door here to FaZe. So maybe rethink letting that one go and prioritize getting inside it once more. Finally the hill does go, as does Lucy. Disappears with the use of the quantum. Camouflage now just dissipates. Piggy finds him, spots him out. Now with FaZe pushing over towards the mud side, towards green. It was a backstab. Trippy has to now prioritize staying alive. Cannot do so. Precision is there from the scoreboard. These engagements continue to go down, but FaZe going 4 dead for just a moment.
Yeah, this is worrying for FaZe. Envy now in the ascendancy, have control of the hill. Precision in a position where he can potentially get a backstab, depending on where FaZe try and push here as well. He now gets the info there's no one at camo, so he can reposition to just block top mid. And he's going to be a prime spot to get kills here. Lucid did very well with the damage he was able to lay down, but with no one behind him, it now means that FaZe find themselves in a 3 versus 4, and this push is becoming more and more difficult as it goes on, and Envy are getting closer and closer to this third hill for them.
And what I like from Precision is just taking that little half a second inside a house to continue to block the spawns. Then you know you will not be coming from there. Force them over towards towers, and you know exactly what way your gun needs to be facing when you push forward. Delaying that fight has put Envy in a really good position now to capture this third hill, tie us up. Make it just a 1 kill, next cap wins type of game, and they're the ones that we like to play, Dan. 3-3 the score.
Wow, just like that. FaZe looked like they were comfortable, looked like they were in cruise control. Top middle, they were trying to maybe stall it a little bit.
Maybe what we said, maybe they were in cruise control, and therein lies the issue.
But 3 do go down for Envy, so FaZe to wake up. On the flip side, actually Snakebite the last remaining. It was a 3-for-3 trade. Great grenade though from Snakebite. And notice how he didn't take that fight directly with the commando. instead tried to utilize his grenades to his advantage. Sadly, I think he was spotted out and eventually greeted by 2 members of Envy. 4 go dead for FaZe, and now Envy are going to get the first chance to set up here.
I was enjoying Trippy desperately trying to stay alive whilst also emptying his pockets, hoping that he could stick the camouflage player. And in the end, he did get the trade. Although they went 4 dead, he made sure to get rid of the camouflage player, so he was no longer a problem. What is a problem, however, Precision is top tower now. A place and a position of power.
Wow, brave. So brave from Precision. And I like that. If he just turtled up, if he tried to turn away, you'd probably inevitably die anyway. But he did something with his life. In fact, he got 2 kills off the back of it. And now that means it's going to be difficult for FaZe to try and get into a spot to start scoring.
50 seconds now on the clock, and not that it matters too much. Of course, it's a stalemate at the minute. We're in deadlock, 3-3. So regardless of what happens, the next capture is going to win. And it looks as though it's going to be Envy the more likely right now as it stands. Time for that tail to change, no doubt about it. But Picky top tower, Black Missile fully charged, doesn't get the connection that he would like, settles for the trade. And that will benefit Envy as 2 members of FaZe are in the respawn screen. Trippy and Lucid coming back up, hoping that Penguin and Snakebite can cause some ruckus elsewhere.
Just as I said, on live fire you can get those comebacks. Some of these hills, you can really lock them down. You can find a lot of time when your opponent least expects it, and that's what FaZe is going to be hoping they can achieve. 2 dead on the side of Envy. Penguin needs to stay alive here and will be able to position himself to do so, but just skirts up those stairs and walks right into a grenade. And now 2 members of FaZe are down, and this is such a good opportunity for Envy to now win this game.
Game is so scrappy right now, trading everywhere. We will be heading towards overtime. Regulation, not enough to separate these 2 teams in our game 1 and winners bracket round 1. And that's exactly what we want to see. We see teams of this caliber go toe to toe. They lock up, collar and elbow. But Lucid, now he has a sniper rifle. What can he do? What magic can he produce? Body shots enough then.
At the moment, it's just sheer presence alone that is helping. A couple of these shots just forcing Envy to push from slightly different angles, but Lucid keeps repositioning. Very important that he does that. If he connected with any of those shots, it would be a game changer here for FaZe. But now, 2 members have gone down, out of sniper rifle ammo. Is Lucid. He's just going to have to try and hold with the Bandit, try and delay here for his team to spawn.
Try and desperately connect with some snapshots. Nothing finding though, nothing doing. Like you say, had he just hit one of those, now all of a sudden, a 1 shot, and just like that, the flip of a script. Camouflage for Descendant. Envy ticking ever closer to that game 1 victory. Only a matter of time now. Penguin desperately tries to get there. He will not make it. And it's Envy who draw first blood and open up the scoring. 1-0 in the series.
They were down 3-1 as well, remember. A fantastic comeback from Envy. And just to maybe have FaZe have a couple of worrying thoughts here in this series. I mean, they're all veterans. They won't be immediately concerned, but there's always that seed of doubt in your mind of, well, should we have won that game? We were in a position where we were up. We seemed comfortable. Sadly, they just weren't really able to capitalize on enough of the early dominance they had in that 5th hill. Snakebite trying his best, 29 and 22. A lot of kills on the side, but it was more even on the side of Envy. 22s and 21s across the board. They all looked in really fine form. All right, that's going to be map 1 done. Map 2 is coming up. It's going to be Slayer on Solitude. We'll see you there.
Game 2 underway then, folks. Envy winning game 1 in a very tightly contested affair. King of the Hill on live fire going 4-3, going as far as it possibly could. The story in the tail of it maybe that FaZe let it slip away after being 3-1 up. 3 unanswered hill captures from Envy. Means that they now hold that lead. They're 2 away from progression. So a lot of work for FaZe to do, and perhaps some criticisms yesterday, Dan, that although their records in the pools were 3-0, that FaZe Clan didn't look as good as they could.
No, there was definitely some worrying games, some very scrappy games, but perhaps that was more down to their opponents and who they were playing. For me, I think Cloud9 were a little bit all over the place, and FaZe like to have a bit more structure about their game. They play the more, expected style of Halo. And if you can be a bit more sporadic and catch them off guard, it can punish them a little bit. And I think they struggle at times to deal with that. It's certainly initially, similarly to why we saw them go down in so many games against Luminon, for example. But then they had to fight back because they adjusted, they adapted. And it might be similar in this series. They're already down 12-4 in this game. And bear in mind, FaZe have been incredible at Slayers. This season in general, they are 6-1 on Solitude Slayer as well. So this is a good game type for them by their standards. But Envy, a team who we've not had too much data on when it comes to this map, they were 1-1 in the season. At the moment, they're making it look fairly comfortable.
Sometimes the way this map mode combination can go is if you get off to a hot start, you continue to play good disciplined Halo, you can really build upon that. Because you have that lead, you force the opposing team to push towards you. And if you have the weapons, if you have the power-ups, it can mean that you can double and triple your lead in very quick time.
Brilliant play by Piggy there as well, just making sure he was a difficult kill. Even if he had gone down, he offered up the trade by ensuring that he stayed alive long enough that his teammates would actually help and get the assist. In the end, it was the repulse that allowed him to stay alive in that moment. It's still a 6-kill lead here. Camouflage is going to be the next focus for both teams. You are completely right. It can get very snowbally here, but that also does mean on the flip side, if you're behind and you take control of the map, you can really get back into these games when you think you're down and out. We've seen comebacks, 15+ kills on Slayer Solitude. So if you're a FaZe fan and you are biting your nails a little bit, being 1-0 down in the series and currently down by 5+ kills, don't worry just yet.
Sometimes all you really need is a camouflage, and that's exactly what Lucid has here. They've cut that lead down now to 3. Things coming in. Lucid is hesitant and he's reluctant to shoot. He does finally oblige, just when he needed to. Unfortunately, did lose Drippy in the process.
He was really hesitant to get up close and personal as well. Didn't want to melee. How many times as a camouflage player do you think, yeah, I'm just going to get in melee because it's easy. Then you offer up the counter melee and you find yourself on no shield and then you're very vulnerable to just getting shot by a teammate. So instead, you try and keep your distance, try and just get a couple of shots in and hope that your team can clean things up. If it's not an assassination, you don't really want to go for that melee.
How often do you find yourself, oh, I'll walk behind this player, he doesn't know I'm here, I'll get a back-whack, easy kill, and then he turns just a fraction and the hitbox changes. And then all of a sudden, like you say, you get that melee in return, you're vulnerable again. So it's always tough. You're expected to make plays as the camo player, but sometimes you have to wait for your teammates to do a little bit of something to cause distraction so you can then slip through the cracks and pave a path. Speaking of paving a path, Descendant 10-3-6, and he's ensured that Envy hold a really healthy lead now, just pulling away.
Yeah, now it's starting to get a little bit more worrying for FaZe. Again, we're not in panic mode, but we are teetering along that line of...
We're not in DEFCON red, but we're in orange right now.
Yeah, we are starting to maybe prepare those sirens. 10-kill difference. Snakebite being isolated a little bit, but he is trying to bide his time, and Lucid should have never really won. Sorry, Trippy should have never won that fight. And Killfeed confused me a little bit of who I was looking at, but anyway, they are able to close the gap a little bit by a couple of kills to make it 8. But FaZe just really need to get into control of this game. At the moment, it's been all Envy. Does slow down a little bit because of those couple of kills going their way, and Envy can dictate the pace. Envy can slow it down when they want to because they're ahead.
It is that time where maybe FaZe were hoping that they could light the beacons, but the problem is I'm not even sure Rohan comes to their aid. Envy looking very, very good, it must be said. playing so well together. And it can be said that maybe there are no superstars in the team, but they work so well together. They make the right plays time and time again.
Oh,
They're always efficient. Penguin, against the odds, gets double kills, spins around, sticks one player, and the explosion is good enough to get two. Is this the turning point now? Piggy makes sure that it remains a 10 kill lead.
How did Envy handle the pressure as well? You're 12 kills away from going 2-0 up against FaZe in the winners bracket. And you mentioned it, online performances, it's not like this is unheard of. We've seen Envy get to this position in online tournaments and be able to get to the latter stages. But when you get to a major like this, and you're going up against FaZe Clan, the hosts as well, the expectation is going to be that FaZe would be the ones who are progressing. They're the higher seed. But Envy looking like the better team right now. FaZe kind of scrambling just to find kills. I mean, without, like, for example, the double kill that Penguin got, this game could be 15, 16 kill different. FaZe are doing what they can to try and stay in it, but even with a few kind of lucky moments or big breaks, they are still down by 7.
Faye is still threading water. Been dragged deep here. They do have some weapons to play with, though. They do have some pressure and damage on the map. Shock rifle for Snakebite. Now his team could love for him to hit some shots here. And he does, he obliges. Precision gets his life ripped from his hands. Now the engagement goes down on loop. This is perfect now. This is exactly what we warned you about. This is how it goes on this map mode combination. Once you get control, you do not relinquish it in a hurry. You can put some serious damage and points on the board, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Envy, they're in trouble now. FaZe Clan are on the hunt.
This is how quickly it can change. What was a 10-kill game, now only a 2-kill game, and they still have control of this shock rifle. It's suddenly all tied up, it's all square, and what all of the dominance, all of the control, this entire game that Envy have been working so hard for, has been just blown to smithereens, and finally, FaZe find themselves in the lead, and Snakebite now has camo plus shock. Big kill if he gets it! He should not have got that kill, and Precision maybe has now opened up the door for FaZe by not securing that kill onto Snakebite.
Opened up the door, and FaZe Clan appear to be blowing it off the hinges regardless of whether it's open or closed. And Snakebite, game in his hands. Precision pre-fires towards top middle, hoping to hit something, hoping to connect with anything. 2 players over towards Hotel. And check out soon. Piggy.
Look how the dynamics changed here, Shurs. I mean, the whole game, Envy were dictating the pace. Envy were just waiting for FaZe to push, but now FaZe, they're the ones who are holding the positions, holding the angles. And now Trippy capitalizing on the damage that Snakebite puts down. And again, Snakebite being a difficult kill. He may have gone down eventually, but all the information he's been able to lay down has allowed now FaZe to get within 1.
1 kill required then. Penguins in an engagement bottom middle over towards the loop side, staying alive on the silo. Lucid clears his back, waiting for fresh spawners. They know all 4 players are up now. Guns fired straight. Snakebite gets the final kill. This series is all tied up.
It is another FaZe Slayer win when they were down at times. And yeah, it was close, but we've seen it. We've seen 50-48s, 50-49s, 50-47s, and now a 50-45. I mean, actually, one of the more dominant performances it looks like in terms of Slayers, but they were down for the majority of that game, but they show why they are one of the top seeds of this tournament with that response. That's game 2, done. Of course, we still have game 3 to come. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll see who can take map 3.
live. Back into winner bracket round 1 action. Envy versus FaZe Clan. On board with Penguin. And this series is delicately poised at 1-1, Dan. And you know this game can well and truly be a swing one.
Sadly, Recharge Strongholds is a 0-3 game type for Envy. They haven't won it so far as a team, which might bode well for FaZe, who have a slightly better record. They're 4-3 throughout the season, so it's not like they are unbeatable on it, but it's certainly better than 0-3. It's better than a 0% record. But, you know, sometimes that 0 is going to go, and that time could be now for Envy.
I do have a question.
Go on then.
They haven't won it as a team. But
Right.
have they won it individually at any point? Can we start to pull stats from matchmaking games?
No, sure. Yeah, I mean, these players on different rosters have won this game type, but this 4 have not won Strongholds Recharge.
Should they have a positive CSR in matchmaking
I would assume so, as pro players. You mean on this game type?
on this game type?
Can't really confirm that.
We'll dig deeper.
But I'm going to assume
Dan and
so.
I will be better.
I'm going to assume so.
Well, as we were waffling. A and B for Envy. Every time I look at the red down the bottom, I have to like
You want to say
I have to check my brain.
You say Fenvy.
And I'm looking good right now. For FaZe, very much the opposite. All turtled up inside tower and blue. So you get a couple of kills, need to venture out, need to take some space. Jackson though, Penguin might have been thinking about it, but he's not thinking much from the respawn screen. Currently sitting at 0, 0, and 4, so needs to get his act together. Does the Penguin.
They wanted to get Descendant out of Turbine. Sadly, they did temporarily, but there was no one to capitalize on it. And this is a long push from FaZe, and losing one down, so it's a 3v3 on the map. Making a 3 versus 2. 3 versus 1. Penguin, the last remaining player. So a push that took a long time to really calculate has not come off and paid off, and now Envy looking to try and capitalize, looking to try and take C. It's going to be a trip cack now for Envy.
And people might wonder, well, what does it matter about the extra 5-6 seconds that it took to make that rotation? Well, if you take those 5-6 seconds, then your rotation doesn't work and you lose and you die, you open up the door for this triple cap and you start to hemorrhage points very, very quickly, and that's what we're starting to see here. Envy are in full flow. Maybe a little bit irritated the Slayer game went the way it did after they had a 12-kill lead. Not interested in doing it here. But again, we must err on the side of caution. Actually, Envy maybe need to learn from some of the lessons of the previous game. If you give FaZe a chance on a game type like Strongholds where you can flip the script immediately, gotta keep on keeping on. Do not get complacent here.
That was important there from FaZe. A lot of teams would have probably left Trippy there on his own to cap C and said, look, we need to start moving towards B because we're not going to score off a single. But you also recognize that when there's a trip cap happening, it's very possible the single player capping is going to get challenged, which he did. But Penguin made sure he came in, traded out so that you're not going to be continually scored on by a trip cap. And even though it's still looking pretty dire for FaZe, it could have looked even worse had he not made that play.
For FaZe, although Slayers have been their bread and butter, and they win them more often than not, the issue is when you start to rely on Slayers too much, objective takes a little bit of a hit. Really only winning one objective in every series doesn't look good. Oftentimes we'll say the best teams typically will win the objective game types, and if there's 3 of them in every series and you're losing 2, it's not a good look. The perception will be that you're getting lucky every time you win a game 5 Slayer.
Finally, we're going to see a break. B's going to be taken. It's taken what was close to 3 minutes, I think, to actually break this setup, and now Envy are 215 to 8 ahead. This is going to be a difficult game to come back in on from FaZe, but something that does bode well for them is they've just seen Envy do it, so there's no reason why they can't put that many points on the board. But it's scary because to really get back into this game, you probably have to push for a trip cap. And by doing so, you do leave yourself vulnerable of overextending and then letting Envy back in. Just as I say that, Envy are trying to take B. It looks like Piggy, as the last remaining player, is going to get taken out, and FaZe will continue. Now, will they push towards C and potentially try and get the trip cap? The answer's going to be no. They're going to continue to surround Envy here. They didn't feel like that was the right opportunity to actually try and take the trip.
Lucid did push over towards blue. All that might have just made this setup come undone. Perhaps a miscommunication there Trippy tried to assist him, but immediately as he popped out, grenades and gunshots rained down upon him. That meant that this setup was broken pretty quickly, and you said, are they going to go for a triple cap? I think some people maybe didn't want to, some did. And here is the issue when that happens. If you're not going together, you're not going at all. And now Envy start to score again. Piggy has to camouflage. Lucid loses his shields, he tiptoes over towards A. There's a lot of players of FaZe going towards A. A lot of them are weak and down in shields. Assists come the way of Piggy as well. 10 points required now for Envy to go 2-1 up in this series.
And this is insane. I mean, Envy have not looked like they're going to give FaZe even a chance to get back into this game with how they've been playing. C is going to be in control, and if Snakebite goes down in B here, this could be game. Penguin saves it.
Penguin's in the hill, but he paid the price, the ultimate price, his life, in capturing it. Throwing his life at it meant that they stay in the game. That is a trade that every single one of these players in the lobby should be making. How oftentimes, Dan, do you watch an objective game and players won't go for the hill, they won't go for the win?
Don't get me started.
So it is one of the few things that will irritate you. But Yaxon, back to the wall here, desperately trying to stay alive. The player inside the hill with him, he doesn't know where he is.
That was big.
3 dead for FaZe though. And Envy still hold the hill. Grenades are going to clear out B, but can they get there quick enough? The answer, Descendant goes down. Nobody inside the hill just yet. They just got to toe inside. But now it is eerie. Now it is dark. It's got to be perfect from here on out.
I mean, it looks impossible from here. But you never really know with strongholds. We have seen matches like this overturned. Envy just need to be patient. You don't need to be rushing this one. You can take your time, and it should naturally come, and it may come right here.
Right here, right now. Envy capture B, but they lose C, but only for a moment. The reset comes. And Envy do restore their series advantage. 2-1 now, and 1 game away from progressing in the bracket.
Well, just like that, that 0% record on Stronghold's Recharge suddenly gets a nice little tick mark next to it. They find their first victory of the season on that map and mode. And FaZe Clan, they dropped to a 50% win rate. And as I said, it wasn't one of their best game types, FaZe, but you could argue that was one of Envy's worst statistically. But you can clearly see they have been working on it. And now Envy find themselves 2-1 up going into map number 4. And maybe, just maybe, we might have an upset on our cards. Let's go for a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have that map 4 for you.
Game 4 underway, folks. Envy versus FaZe Clan. And are we about to see this series come to a conclusion? As Envy find themselves 2-1 to the good. 3 dead now for FaZe as well. So the perfect break, perfect opening here for Envy. And I like this pathing from Descendant, opting to bring the bomb inside of the closet. That way they'll be able to avoid any grenades that'll be thrown from players spawning inside of the base. But unfortunately for them, the nades came anyway, the damage followed. And the kills did come the way of FaZe. So, a decent opening break, but nothing to bring home to show them out.
Well, it looks like on the main stage, Shopify Rebellion have just taken down Optic Gaming in the winners bracket as well, just to update you if you are here on this stream. Now, we did move from one of Envy's worst game types to arguably one of Envy's better game types in Assault on Aquarius. And on the flip side for FaZe, this isn't a particularly good one for them either. They have a 5-6 win rate. And that doesn't really bode well for FaZe Clan. But as we've just seen, Envy were able to overturn one of their worst game types, so who's to say FaZe can't do it as well. Now that bomb just being flip-flopped between bases at the moment. Neither have been able to really get it close enough to a plant. Instead, it's just been a battle in these closets.
And it must be said, there is an opportunity here for a team like FaZe or Envy with the way the brackets got skewed, Dan.
Bomb taken.
Your path to a winners finals potentially a little easier than it could have been in the past, provided I've done the maths right and they're not tracking on the same side of the bracket, these teams.
Bomb army.
Bomb has been armed though. And it's Jackson with hands on. He does go down.
Bomb army.
Precision does apply the finishing touches to that bomb. The fuse is lit. And we have liftoff of this game. Envy take the lead.
Envy now, they're going to be so confident as well to take the lead here, whilst already being up in the series on one of their better game types. This is where they usually look at their best, when they have a little bit of control, when they can play in a way where they encourage teams to push towards them and bring the bomb, break them down, get control of the map, and then they almost counter at times. It's a weird way of playing, but they have made it work.
Lucid tries to tuck his head. Hitbox away, top middle. Precision though. By name and by nature gets the kill. Camouflage up. Penguin. Snakebite. Both there trying to contest it. Both players a little bit ragged. Shields in Roughneck. Means the Snakebite will fall. Penguin will be able to drop down and stay alive. But top middle now with one contested for a moment. That means a camo grab should go the way of Envy here. And it's going to be Descendant. Drops his thruster pack. Picks up the camo. Gets it in his chest. Nades and gunshots will follow him. But he's managed to just, and I mean just, stay alive.
Yeah, just to go back to your previous point about the side of the bracket, I'm fairly certain that the winner of this would play the winner of TSM and Mindfreak. So, yeah, that side of the bracket, I mean, FaZe will be kicking themselves if they don't take advantage of this. If FaZe were to lose here, then we'd be looking at either Envy, Mindfreak, or TSM to make it to the top 3. Now, if you had said that at the start of the tournament, you maybe would have been like, all right, you know, I could maybe see Envy scraping it through, or Envy, but Mindfreak being in that conversation, you would have said absolutely not. We'll have to see what does happen between that series against Mindfreak and TSM. But yeah, what an opportunity it could be for Envy to, you know, finally get over those claims of them being like online kids or whatever. This could be the moment where they prove themselves and solidify themselves as a top 4 team. If not, technically a top 3 team, depending on what happens.
What a chance, what an opportunity Envy have. And what a timeline we are living in, where Mindfreak is in the conversation to potentially make it to a winners finals. And I'm willing it into existence. What a story it would be right before Worlds for one of our massive international teams to almost make it the distance. We've seen it before with the European team. So beggars belief that an Australian team could make it so far. Here's Precision then. 3 members down on his team. And the pistol will connect, and that's good enough to help make that kill nice and easy on the Snakebite. Bomb down in the closet. And it's in a bit of a precarious position if you're a FaZe Clan fan, or a FaZe Clan member, for that matter. Bomb now thrown into the base. The issue is 3 go down. Piggy has to prioritize trying to stay alive, but the pressure's going to keep on coming. And and you fear it's only a matter of time before he folds. He's trying to delay. He's making them come and find him. If he can get this kill on the Penguin, it would be huge, because his life should really and truly be over by now. Penguin does survive with the camouflage, and that's big. Now FaZe can begin to venture out and have ambitions of even getting the bomb plant and tying up this game. Lucid gets one. They have control now. They're pushing the bomb over towards the closet. Jackson spawns over towards Fridge. Descendant drops out front base. Piggy down the shroom stairs. Numbers are starting to fall. The herd's starting to get thin just a touch now. Piggy goes down, can't get a trade. Snakebite good for 2. Precision in the back base. Lucid gets him. This is the chance. This is the moment for FaZe Clan to tie us up.
This is where you got to avoid the nades as well. Off spawn, you're probably going to get naded to high heaven, but it looks like Snakebite's found himself in a position. And look at this. Envy say, we are ignoring this bomb. Let's position ourselves. Let's regain some map control. And we are just giving up, allowing it to be tied up 1-to-1. So FaZe holding on for now. And they are not going to allow Envy to just cruise their way through into the next round. Instead, they are going to have to dig that a little bit deeper if they want to take down FaZe Clan here.
3 dead for Envy, 2 on the side of FaZe. This game, you can just feel it's starting to pick up in the pace. Stakes pretty high for FaZe, and indeed for Envy. We've already told you what happens if either team wins this, and the obvious answer is one of them is going to win it, but that's still in the balance for now. Lucid and Trippy in the locker, grenades are going in. Those two are in the locker, and they don't stay in the locker because they've been taken care of. No longer a part of the equation. Snakebite goes down, and now it becomes an issue and a concern for Penguin and co. But Penguin made a good play. He tossed the bomb into the opposition's courtyard, and that means that any pressure, any ambitions that Envy did have of pushing the bomb forward and getting a plant, it's going to be a long and tough road to get it there.
Five minutes now remaining, and this one's starting to be a little bit nervy for both teams. With how Aquarius bomb works, there's certainly a possibility that next one could be the winning bomb as well. We have seen teams go 1-up with more time and being able to hold on and just keep a team at bay. So we might see teams both erring on the side of caution here and not overcommitting unless they have 3 or 4 down at times. You saw how hard FaZe had to work to get into that base. They were pummeling Envy. 3 down, then 3 down again, then 3 down again before they were able to brute force that bomb in. They made sure it was a definitive plan before they started to move.
Some teams will wait to have a 2 dead before moving the bomb forward, but FaZe wanted absolute control to guarantee it and not risk any counters. Not leaving themselves susceptible to a counter attack. But an attack is coming, an onslaught is coming. FaZe hook up inside the base. They brace for impact. All 4 members of Envy are coming. And they've got bad intentions here. Yaks on the stairs. Descendant just about tries to stay alive, but kills do ever so slightly favor FaZe now with the trades. Precision's got the bomb, but he's forced to give it up. He knows the numbers are just not there right now. Lucid steps inside the base, and you know he has ambitions of just tossing the bomb out and getting rid of danger.
Precision shouldn't have got that kill. That was a questionable challenge from Lucid, but I think he had got the call. It was a 1-shot, so he thought maybe he was going to be looking the other way at Penguin. It just means that Envy has that extra chance, that extra couple of seconds off spawn to get a couple of players into position. But once more, we're back to the Battle of Cart, where this bomb keeps finding itself, going back and forth from gen to gen, from closet to closet, whatever you want to say. Personally, I think gen's quicker to say than closet, but alas. Big nades though, and this is why it's difficult sometimes to force that bomb through that area, because you're just so vulnerable to grenades as well. Really need to be making sure you've got 2 or 3 dead before you start moving it through.
It really is a bottleneck. I'm going to call it closet, perhaps it's killer closet. So many people die inside there. Your average life expectancy is not very high once you step inside. Lucid goes down. Trippy gets 2. Jackson surveying his options. Biding his time. Snakebite tosses down a couple of grenades. He knows exactly where Jackson's position. Trippy's gonna pop up now and catch him unawares. 2 members of Envy inside of the locker, of the closet, of the gen. Whatever you call it, let's just add more call-outs to it. A Penguin gets another one on the Piggy.
It's worse when I accidentally call it fridge when I'm playing matchmaking. I'm like, well, now I've used a different call out. Just at least get it right.
Warm fridge, cold fridge.
I like warm and cold. There's some good call outs.
There you go.
Let's
rebrand.
Let's be innovative towards the end of Halo Infinite.
Now was the time to
Life cycle
change
in the
the
HCS.
comments.
Although I will say, I'm still hopeful that we'll still have plenty of tournaments next year, regardless of the HCS announcement. We'll have to cross our fingers and see what happens. But for now, we will enjoy what we have in front of us, and that's some bloody good Halo. 1-1, 1 minute 45 left on the clock. Envy slightly on the back foot here. Into defense mode, trying to avoid the gunfire. 2 have already gone down, make it 3, and now FaZe can begin the charge. All 4 dead, and FaZe are going to have a chance to plant here.
This is the moment then, spawning over towards Fridge. That's exactly where FaZe want them to be. Still 3 players in the respawn screen. Nobody seems to be in position to get the stop, and the arm comes through. Lucid with the camouflage ensures FaZe take the lead in the end game.
Yeah, 1 minute 25 to defend now. You do not need to plant again. You don't need to be aggressive. I mean, you could if you wanted to, because if you keep getting all 4 dead, you might just naturally want to plant it. But instead, it's about controlling the game, watching out for these spawns, and winning these fights. Don't overcommit too much, but at the same time, you don't want to give too much space and confidence to your opposition either.
It's hold what you have, but still maintain a strong map presence. Do not turtle up, do not give up more than you need to. Make them fight hard for every inch of the map now. Keep that bomb in the courtyard. That's exactly what we're seeing from FaZe here. If you're going to get a plant on against us, you're going to have to work really hard for it. And we're into the final minute now. Jackson's desperately trying to have an influence, but he has to settle for a trade. And the bomb is exactly where FaZe Clan needed to be. And Trippy can just bait it and get a backstab when he needs to.
What about the Envy have left in the tank? Precision's going to go down. That's going to be another split spawn situation. So Envy will be desperate to try and wait for all 4 of them to be up. But I'm not sure you're going to have time to be too patient here. You have to start pushing the narrative a little bit. 2 have gone down again, though. And I'm afraid this one might just be starting to slip through the fingers of Envy. We might be going to a game 5.
FaZe playing this one perfectly. Ensuring that the bomb didn't reset as well. Just keeping it alive. Getting a touch and dropping it. Keeping it as far away from their base as possible. And that means that FaZe Clan, no matter what happens now, will win the game. Will tie us up. We're going to a game 5, baby.
And it's going to be a Slayer. And we've seen what FaZe can do in Slayers so far this tournament, so far this season as this roster. I'd be worried if I was Envy, but of course, you never really know what can happen in these games. Halo Infinite just never ceases to surprise us. So much action-packed games, so back and forth, and surprises always waiting for us around each corner. Here's the stats for you after map 4. But this series has deserved it. We're going to be going to a game 5, but of course we'll go for a quick break first. We'll see you after this.
Welcome back, friends and foes. Game 5 on the horizon, on the cards. The stage is set and delicately poised. Envy 2, FaZe 2. Nothing to separate them after 4. Live Fire Slayer is the location that will settle this squabble here and now. And with FaZe Clan Slayer record, Dan, Envy are going to have to produce a little bit of magic.
And not just their Slayer record, but their Slayer live fire record in particular. They are 7-0. They are unbeaten, and it is a pretty impressive statistic. So FaZe will feel fairly confident coming into this game 5, but again, we've been going against the grain in terms of better maps for either team. But I don't even think I would need to see those stats of who's good at this map. I would just be basing off of what I've seen in this tournament so far, and that has been FaZe icing up in these game 5s. Time and time again. Even when they were down by 10 plus kills on Solitude, they brought it back. I think Envy will be worried here. And remember, this is such a huge opportunity for both of these teams with how this bracket is currently playing out. You move on to face either TSM or Mindfreak, and I believe TSM are currently 2-0 up. Maybe you've already won that series. So then you potentially are facing TSM for top 3. And no discredit to TSM, that's still going to be a difficult matchup. But it certainly is better than a Shopify or an Optic.
Trippy bottom middle. This game goes down to the crawl. On a knife save. Double kill, backstab. Snakebite got another. 3 dead. FaZe with a 1 kill lead. Lucid putting down damage, but the mud spawns are coming. Penguin can't find the body with the first, nor the face. Snakebite's there. Lucid and Trippy there as well. So all 4 members of FaZe over on this green and mud side. Precision has gone over top middle, looking to get a little bit of a backstab and maybe a pinch. The accident has cleared Snakebite out of nest, and that will make any push over towards green difficult for Penguin to stay alive. Bottom green he goes. Lucid gets a kill, but it gets traded out immediately from Precision. So this game, Dan, at the moment, the pace being set, it's being set pretty slow.
Penguin couldn't really keep hold of the sniper rifle to really make it count. Trippy, though, does find a double kill, which could be massive. Well, it's a double kill turned overkill for Trippy. 11 kills on the board now. A big game Trip turning up, game 5.
BGT. 5 kill advantage. Snakebite, camouflage, top middle. Sniper rifle in his hands now. And he will now become a huge issue and problem on the map. Although there appears to be 2 sniper rifles on the map, it would seem. But now Envy do have coordinates, GPS of exactly where Snakebite is positioned. Camo now gone.
Got an ankle tracker on Snakebite. Sadly, even when you know where he is, he can somehow still pull off a madness. Bully you into submission. Now, 5 kill advantage. Envy are staying within reach here. That's all you need to do. That's one thing they learned from going up against FaZe earlier on the Slayer, is that as long as you are close enough, there is always a chance of a comeback.
Engagement's going down. Sending gets 1. Then you see Piggy, top middle. Precision, bottom middle. 3 members of Envy. Close proximity. The push is going to come. The collapse is going to be successful.
That's unfortunate.
And Snakebite loses his life. Snakebite will no longer a problem that Envy have to deal with. And a perfect kill from Trippy, who's answering back. Trippy currently sitting at 12, 3, and 5. And really being a shining light so far for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, he's shooting straight is our Trip. He's got a QT as a fail-back here, a fallback plan here. Fail-safe.
Fail-safe, fall
Combine
back.
both of them.
Yup.
Oh, Trippy. Maybe he'll combine both of them to find a kill. Also, that carbine skin is unsettling. But I kind of like it.
Looks like something that the Borg would use. Not Roy Borg.
No, he'd be a purist. He would be default skins the whole time.
He really would. Sending shoots the nades just in case they cause his demise in the future. Camouflage up in 2. Both teams going to jostle for position, going to test it. Precision's got it in his chest, but his shields are not looking all that healthy. Penguin is there, doesn't quite know where Precision is, does spot him out. Doesn't get a melee though. Can Precision just stay alive with this? Trippy puts another tick of damage into him. He has to settle for the stick that will ultimately result in a trade here. But 5 kills then in the mid game is all that separates us. Nothing to separate us again. Like I said, after 4, these two teams have been so good this tournament so far. But are Envy about to come undone when the real, true tough test comes their way?
You've also got the worry now of dropping into that elimination bracket and knowing there's the likes of Optic Gaming down there as well, and who knows where you might have to end up facing them to potentially try and reach the placement that you think you deserve. It all changed when Mindfreak beat Optic Gaming. This was always going to be the potential of what would happen in that elimination bracket. It could have been either Shopify or Optic. But with Shopify winning that matchup, it means that Optic will now have to try and go on another incredible elimination bracket run, which they have done before.
It's always impressive how quickly pro players assess that the damage that they're doing isn't going to result in a kill, so why would I keep on firing? Does 1 tick of damage on the Piggy over towards the nest, knows he's not going to get the kill, no point in keeping on fighting it. Backs away, goes top tower instead. Can re-engage with Piggy when the scenario is a little bit more beneficial to him. Top middle now for Trip. Goes down, gets the repulse, goes straight back top mid. Has to burn one of them, but it's a good burn. See, Dan, again, both teams acutely aware of what this game means. And because of that, none of them want to make the first mistake, or at least the next mistake.
Well, FaZe have the advantage where they can force Envy to do something here. They say, look, you've got to come to us. If you want to sit here for 5 minutes, we'll win the game 36-29. But now we finally do get some movement. Jackson gets the opener, Penguin will trade out. But now Snakebite follows up, so it's suddenly an 8-kill game, and FaZe starting to crawl towards a victory here. I say crawl. They're probably walking with a stride at the moment. It's Envy who are just about surviving and just trying to stay close enough that maybe they can have that dramatic ending. Big nades. They are within 7. And really, this camouflage could play a huge part in how this game ends.
Wonderful game awareness from Jackson. Clearing that out. Not just wasting 1 nade to try and get the info. He was so sure that player was in the corner. He sent both nades that way to get the kill. Scoreboard reflects 6 kills, the difference. There was a camouflage on the map. We'll have to see what way that went, or even if it did go somewhere. It did indeed. Piggy has got it. It wasn't burned. Maybe they could put this to good work, make inroads into that lead, eat away at it. Piggy gets another. Continues to jump and jostle. Get jiggy with it. That's exactly what they need to do. Still a 5-kill advantage, and even though they have the camouflage, Envy, they're just not able to eat away at this. It's getting traded out. FaZe are playing this one pretty perfectly until I say that, and it's a 2-kill game.
Yeah, getting Piggy with it rather than jiggy with it, and Envy are right back into this one. Piggy now looking to see if he can take a position over towards camouflage. Ooh. And he can create an angle, give a little bit of info. Needs to be careful though, and he is sadly going to get collapsed on. And Trippy's able to get an easy kill. Snakebite also picking one up, so FaZe still stay 4 ahead. Only 6 now required for FaZe to win this one and move on into the winners semis here. And that's a big kill.
And you have to be careful sometimes. If you find yourself getting back into the game, you're within 2, you get overzealous, overconfident, too excited, and you run straight into the fresh spawners.
Uh-oh.
And that was a fresh 4 kills without reply that FaZe were able to get. It's a difficult kill for Trippy. Descendant make himself a really tough kill. He finally does get it in though, and doesn't have to get a trade. Although Descendant delayed as long as he possibly could, he wasn't able to get any value from it in the end. Although his teammates spawn back up, but nobody on hand to capitalize on the damage and the delay that he did to maybe even get a trade from. 3 kills now for FaZe, 7 required for Envy. And again, the game slows down.
30 seconds until camouflage is going to spawn, and Trippy's putting himself in prime position. But I love that game recognition from Jackson. Just game knowledge, knowing there's going to be a player possibly there. Hits the shot, and now it's within 3. And Envy potentially have control of that camo side. But the pace does pick up a little bit. Now Precision gets the opener onto Snakebite, and FaZe, tails between their legs here, are just going to start to back off. Backpedal. And that's going to open up the camouflage maybe here for Envy.
Is the game just to end with a flurry now? It stopped, but
Oh,
almost
no.
like the blocks opened up and action all around the map. 1-kill game. Snakebite's in massive trouble here. 3 members of Envy trained over towards the camouflage. Body shot connects. Trippy steps out, gets 1. And now all of a sudden what looked like a pretty good position has completely flipped on its head, and Snakebite gets the final kill. Hits 5 fresh shots. And FaZe complete the comeback with a Game 5 victory.
FaZe do it again on a Slayer. Can anyone take them down in Slayers at this point? It really could be the key to their success as this tournament continues to go on, and they will find themselves in the winners' semi-finals. Envy, even though they gave it a bloody good effort, sadly could not get that one step further and will find themselves dropping into the elimination bracket. Trippy, Snakebite, both putting up big numbers. But ultimately, FaZe come out on top, and FaZe will stay alive here, shows.
So much invested on the side of Envy, so close, yet so far. A really frustrating loss. Lots to take away from it, though. When you go back and you check out the VOD, you know they'll be looking at little moments, little details. If only we'd turned this way, if only we'd shot that way. And ultimately, that's what it comes down to sometimes, those little moments. We speak about it so often, and with good reason. 4 kills in the end, but the game really didn't reflect the 4-kill game, Dan. This could very easily have been a 50-49 with the way it played out in many moments. But FaZe again, they ice up. Well, that's all we've got time for now, but rest assured there is more good Halo coming your way. Don't go anywhere, folks.
Bravo stream back in action. It's Clutch and Walsh bringing you the action. And it's Elim round 1. We find ourselves getting an opportunity to showcase here, and it's Envy versus Majin Club. Envy coming off a loss in a Game 5 that was so narrowly won by FaZe. They look good from the little I saw from the series, but here come Majin Club, and they impressed us yesterday, Dave. We saw multiple times Bastos, Chick making some plays. Are they going to have what it takes to potentially catch Envy off guard here, as Envy coming off fresh off a loss? Precision not getting caught off guard. He actually catches a member of Majin off guard and gets perfect shots to get early control for Envy in this oddball.
Yeah, I think there's still maybe a question mark there on Envy for that mental fortitude when it comes to bouncing back from a loss. Can they make the rally back after having a heartbreaking loss there in a Game 5? Not saying it's impossible for them, but I don't think we've seen enough data from them over tournaments to say, yes, Descendant or Precision or Yaxon can for sure make this bounce back.
I do think that the heavy favorites coming into this. Envy was
100%.
so impressive coming into this tournament. Unfortunately, falling short to SSG and FaZe, teams that they were getting sometimes the better of online. Both teams that beat them on LAN, you got to have to wonder here, where's their confidence level? And is this a series where they can kind of rebound and get their feet back on the ground for an elimination bracket run that we know they're capable of? They have the skill, but like you said, still young in their tournament lives from their career standpoint. Where are their heads at here? A good start to this game is exactly what the doctor ordered for them to get on the right foot.
Yeah, getting those first 50 points, scrapping this up, getting to maybe a quite early play ball. Actually, nah, you know they're at blue. There's no need you have to get shot in the back to know that they're already on top of you at Hydro.
Yeah, that Shroud can only keep you alive for so long as he gets taken down there. Descendant, one of those pop-off potential players for Envy. He's going to actually just G-slide in towards the turbine, and he's going to get taken down immediately. But Yaxon Precision, they did the job of capitalizing on his opportunity to push, and a nice ball kill you don't see very often in your face. A little bit disgraceful. Yaxon with the ball in hand gets that kill. 3 go down for Majin Club, and it's complete control for Envy once again.
Yeah, they've just been in the driver's seat this entire game, doing the right rotations, getting the kills, doing everything correct. So, yeah, for anything that I was worried about, you know, from first round loss jitters or anything,
Right.
Are they going to be too depressed or down and out from this? Nah. Looking at this so far, they're looking strong and hopefully looking for a long elimination bracket run.
Yeah, as expected, we're going to see from Envy. And I don't know what the elimination bracket necessarily looks like, but you know Optic Gaming's down there somewhere. They're going head-to-head right now on the main
West, I don't know what it looks like either. I don't know if I've ever been there.
Jesus Christ, Dave. I spent most of my career there. Sometimes out of the tournament watching you, but Majin Club shortly in my footsteps here if they're not able to turn this around. As they do get their first setup of the game, a lot of work to do here. It was about 60-0 up until this point. Chick's going to be forced to drop the ball as he loses Septic. A player grappling up towards you is a dangerous combat loop, but I mean, Chick gets a kill, Mighty gets a double. Last player alive is Precision. The ball gets thrown bottom middle, so it's a hell of a rotate from Majin Club. It's not often you see that.
Yeah, I mean, what turned out to be a misplay ball turned into an amazing sequence of events for Majin Club.
Yeah.
They will rotate this all the way over towards Pipe. Chick was still able to get that kill. Just everything going right for them there.
Plays like that can get you right back into this game. Now just down 21 points, and Mighty's going to kill with the shock rifle, make it a double. It's a killing spree for Mighty's as well. Piggy's making his way to the ball. He's not paying attention to where the shock rifle shots are coming from, and he almost pays for it with his life. Mighty's doing a ton of damage. It's by himself, basically. Yaxon finally takes him down. Mighty's kills don't really contribute to much, however, though. It is going to lessen the strength of the setup for the moment. But right now, I mean, you need to do more work right there, and unfortunately not able to get that triple kill, but it's a lot to ask of the young gun Mighty.
Yaxon showing how powerful that plasma pistol can be in those close-range fights. He missed that full charge burst, but still just decided to tap it away and then just finish off with a DMR shot.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful shot by him. Good use of the sandbox, and he's one of those players that's really starting to make a name for himself in Halo Infinite, and you're going to do so by mastering the individual game, right? Being so young in his career, there's a reason he's got picked up by Envy, and Precision, there's a reason he got picked up by Envy. It's because he does not miss shots. Beautiful shots from him. Good teamwork. Once again, we're seeing great rotations of this ball when they get it to back blue. Not only are they going to be 10 points away here from winning the round, but if Majin Club do decide to get to back blue, it's going to be a play ball. Oh, a little cheeky jump on the bottom. You could tell he tried to do it twice in a row to try and end the round, but 94 is where we'll stop Envy's setup. But it's such a pain to try and flush them out from back blue and then relocate because only 6 points are needed and the ball gets put on the opposite side of the map.
That's the power of when a team is doing ball rotations and play balls correctly. It is infuriating to play against because it feels like as soon as something's going right on one side of the map, the ball's rotating away from the spots where the defending team or the attacking teams gain those kills. And then once you actually catch up to the ball, it's in a place where it plays ball, and you're just like, what the heck? We're chasing our tail around here for 30 seconds, getting the kills, things going right, and then it's just back to start, and throughout that entire exchange, they got 30 points.
Yeah, a bit of cat and mouse being played by Envy with that play ball there as Majin able to actually deny that ball being picked up from Envy off the play ball. They're able to get a couple of kills, and with that, a setup, but this setup needs to be perfect because that ball not near blue right now, so no chance to really play it. And as they lose the first member in Septic, only 4 points needed, and you're in no man's land right now. Piggy just tries to end the round, but pays for it with his life. 98 is where Envy will be stopped for now, but just 2 points. And that ball being bottom middle, such an advantageous position for Envy in this first round.
Yeah, it's not over yet. Well, now that I say that, it's
over.
over. Yeah, I was going to say, if they were able to secure and keep those kills, Logic Club definitely could have rallied that back, but any error they were going to make anytime they get a single wipe, they're going to scrap up to 2 points.
Yeah, and you take your eyes off the ball for a second. It gets grappled by Descendant. He puts an end to round 1. Envy showing you that they don't necessarily need to outslay by too much in order to get the job done here. Efficient objective work by multiple members of Envy get the job done here in round 1. It's Chick and Mighty's leading the way for Slays and Majin. You see Yaxen, actually the player you called out, Dave, he's having one hell of a start to this elimination bracket with 16 of his own here in just 1 round.
Yeah, just crushing right now through this Majin Club. Look at that. We got ball, we got shock rifle, we got camo. Let's see what Descendant does here. Knows that the push is coming from pipes, and that's going to be a question of can he hit the shots?
Yeah.
Looking for other players across the map. Knows there's some action across over at Long Haul. Just like that, gets some damage so his ball can rotate all the way through. So once again, I believe we have a ball rotation. Perfect ball rotation coming from Envy, unless I'm mistaken that it is still over at Elevator. So
I think it's still over at Elevator for now, but I think that they have the white control in order to be able to rotate it if they so choose. But when 3 go down for Majin, no need to move the ball. Descendant and the rest of the crew are doing the job that needs to be done as precision, just holding the ball. Hadn't seen an individual enemy player for 30 seconds at this point, and already a massive lead once again for Envy.
yeah, no need to prematurely rotate that ball if players aren't putting the pressure over towards Elevator side. That's the times where some of these players get in trouble. They'll try to force something and say, oh, the ball's got to keep moving, right?
Yeah.
No, you are racking up time right now. Right now, Majin Club need to make some action happen.
A bit more of cat and mouse even because of how well they were rotating it previously.
There
and now
it is.
you see that blue is open. Descendant gives the call. Hey, get that to blue. It's a 55-point lead and an opportunity to play the ball once Precision feels the necessary heat is on his back. He is the last player alive, and he doesn't even choose to play the ball. He sees his teammate respawning towards Elevator, and they bring it back towards white. A bit of an overstep, I'd say, bringing it back to blue, but still with 65 points unanswered from Envy in round 2, they can make those little mistakes and be just fine.
Yeah, I was going to say that either is going to be the most brilliant or kind of a rough play there, just trying to get a little greedy, seeing his teammates spawn at Elevator and say, meet you at control? Let's both meet halfway there. Instead, they do not get the play ball. I still would have expected Majin Club to get control of the ball. It just wouldn't have been on this spot. Now, Envy are finding themselves in the exact same position that they've been putting Majin Club. They have to break through the defenses, push in towards blue, and then once they get there, they're rewarded with the play ball.
Yeah, the difficult situation here is that camo is up right now, and your ball carrier doesn't have any sort of impact on the combat loop going over towards that camo. It does look like it's going to be a one-on-one on the rest of the map, Septic versus Descendant, and Descendant able to get away with that camo. If you're that ball carrier, Dave, you almost feel the need to be able to impact the rest of the fight because your setup is going to get broken, you would think, if they get camo successfully. Descendant, however, choosing to grapple with that camo into Elevator, just finds himself a kill, but in the meantime, the rest of Envy was able to get that ball reset, so Descendant maybe not the best camo play, but still finding one and distracting 2 members as the rest of the team breaks the setup is what the mission was initially when that camo got controlled. Oh my god.
Ends up getting some damage, gets the stick right there from Piggy. And that's going to be 2 down for Majin Club. I expect Envy to make some more, put some pressure back on this ball, try to rotate through. Looks like Descendant actually was going for that grab to try to bring it up, but maybe just trying to hunt down this last player in pipes. That's going to be Bastos. That's going to be the last player over on the pipe side down. They're going to be comfortable here for a moment.
Ball guy gets into pipes, just turns the corner as he was no shield. Descendant also knocked a no shield, but that ball, when he turns the corner, he's going to get his shield back by the time anybody from Majin is able to get there. And now regrouped with Descendant. This is going to be a tough situation to break because of how closely Envy are playing this setup. Precision is going to get taken down as well as Descendant, but 12 points is all Envy need. It's a triple kill from Bastos to break the setup, and a nice shots from him. Beautiful observing there as we're able to transition to the main Slayer for this team, it appears. Having a rough game right now, but what we saw Bastos capable of yesterday was so impressive. Someone I hadn't really gotten an opportunity to watch. He was hitting some shots. He's going to need to hit some more shots to get this to a round 3.
And I was going to say, I couldn't tell if Bastos was being greedy by looking too far across the map or if he had someone on his back over at pipes. And he did have his back covered by Septic over on the pipes.
Such a big kill from Yaxon there. He's able to break open the setup virtually by himself. He hits a beautiful route top mid, able to take down that first player, and like dominoes, the rest of Majin starts to fall. The clock is ticking. The ball guy once again turns the corner, no shield, narrowly escapes, and that's going to do it, Dave. Envy will take game 1 in 2 rounds. A much better round 2 for Majin, but just not enough to take down a team like Envy.
Envy just bouncing back, doing everything right, even though they did the very first half of round 2 great. They did an arguable missed rotation or misplay ball. Kind of were punished for it for around 30 to 50 points.
Yeah.
And then just bounced right back.
Maybe mistakes that might haunt them later on through their elimination bracket round 1, but Majin falling behind so far very early in both round 1 and 2. Envy got to play with that comfortability, with the ability to make those levels of mistakes and not really pay for it, at least with the cost of a round or a game. So Envy will take this in what was a pretty dominant showing, but obviously can still be improved on. Things we expect Envy to improve on as their elimination bracket round. The run should continue if they win this best of 5. We'll be right back after a short break for game 2. Back in the action on Bravo, 1-0. Envy lead the series. It's going to be Aquarius Slayer. It's the name of the game for game 2, and an early camo pickup for Yaxon as he's able to get top mid almost immediately. And we switch over to his point of view. Let's see what he can get done. He was such an impressive player there in game 1. Gave Envy everything they needed to start off on the right foot.
And nobody trying to be first blood there. Piggy eventually hunted down there by Mighties. But people know where all the players are at this point, and here comes the action. Jackson, can he get with his camo? Tries to slip away. Unsuccessful.
Yeah, unfortunate death from him, but Piggy able to benefit from his distraction right there. He's able to pick up 2 kills, but I mean, how often is it you see the first guy on Aquarius, the first death is the guy that sits back in your window with the battle rifle? That was a very lopsided push from each side in order for them to not cross paths and have anyone trade up until that point. But a good start for Majin Club, something we didn't see in either rounds of game 1. So I like what we're seeing as far as a response to make this series a little bit more interesting.
Oh, just a slight miss of that grenade. Must have had Chick on a death screener, had the call out in that corner of utility. Can he get the finish? Does get the, no, does not get the trade against Septic, but that kill eventually finished by Jackson.
I'd be complaining if I didn't get that melee, I promise you that. Precision now on screen. Up 1 now, Envy find themselves with a solid push into the generator. They come out successfully, and with that, they take the lead by 1. Precision top pink spots a player backing up all the way to the fridge. It's Chick. Bastos trying to make some space right here. Spots Precision out. Precision able to stay alive. Get his shield back. Beautiful job by him to just angle off all of Majin Club right there. They're in some difficult positions. Precision can't quite dodge the grenade though. And in the meantime, Piggy, once again the benefactor of the distraction Precision was creating, and he's going to find himself not just a kill, but an assist as well. The lead remains 1.
Yeah, he was trying to escape over towards Precision. Unfortunately, those ships sailed past each other in the night. Yeah. He couldn't communicate at that point, being come back to her until he just knew he was donezo and had to hope that Precision could take advantage of that afterwards.
Precision once again getting taken down. 3 go down for Envy. Majin with some control now, 14-12. As they take the lead here, they're able to hopefully find the respawners of where Envy are and trap them in a solid spot. But it looks like Envy have done a good job to spread out after respawning. They have control of what appears to be all of Car's side of the map. And now, if you're Bastos and the rest of Majin Club, you're kind of stuck in the back of a base, and Envy had the advantage all of a sudden.
It feels weird. It feels flipped at some point. You're like, all right, you feel like you're on the offensive, and all of a sudden, like, wait, are we going into their trap? How are they fighting so well from this position in this scenario? Yeah,
part of Aquarius Slayer that we've learned at the high level is once you get that round of slays in a base, you need to get out of that base before you get trapped. And unfortunately, Majin Club not quick enough on the sticks to get out of that trap, and it was Envy that reaps the benefits. They take back a 3-kill lead.
Do a nice job clearing out his fridge. That's going to be 2 members there over towards the blue fridge side. Precision knows that there has to be somebody behind him. He's checking his own flank. This is one of the difficult parts is when you're out on an island, you need to worry about yourself.
Yeah.
It's okay if you know you can sprint back to teammates, but if you are going to get in 1-on-1, you need to get that first shot because you aren't getting help, buddy.
Bit of chaos as Descendant looking down car 1 expected whatever Precision was calling out there for a player to be there, and because he's looking down, he actually gets 5 in the back right there, and what could have been a real momentum swing for Envy to take a massive lead here. Actually, just a 2-kill game. Majin Club pick up a bunch of kills in a row here as Precision once again gets taken down. 23-21, Majin are doing such a much better job of staying with Envy and the slaying power of Envy throughout this second game.
Yeah, it feels completely different. Also feels like they have just some more awareness of where they're at on the map, trying to make a push together. Unfortunately, kind of trade for trade. A lot of times when you have a team stuck in the base there, you're waiting for these opportunities for someone like Chick to lay down damage on the base or get some damage or poke and prod before just full sending it.
Yeah, how important is it in those situations, Dave? I think the mistake we saw that I want you to talk about is players going for melees when they're in that advantageous position, and we saw back-to-back Majin Club members do so.
Yeah, you need to keep your numbers advantage, just put time on your side. When you know that you are going to get help fast than another person, you aren't going for those melee trades as much. You want to try to preserve that life. The only time you go for that melee trade is once you're pretty much donezo. If you can get 1 melee on somebody who's full shield,
that's a good trade.
That's a good trade.
Yeah, it's all about that
melee to trade out the kill, not a good trade when you have the numbers or the positional advantage.
That was something Cloud used to really install in me when I was up in a fight in an advantageous position, to not get a punch when, not go for a melee when I'm up in the fight and I'm in that advantageous spot, but when I'm down, that's when you really want to take advantage and min-max your damage output. So we're seeing a couple of mistakes, but at the same time, Majin Club, even with that tie game, Camo in the hands of Mighty's, and an opportunity here to get right back into the series with a win. 29-all. Mighty's behind enemy lines. Can he get up into the shroom stairs? He opts to jump up onto the bridge. Descendant flies into his face. He's able to get a melee. Can he play his life here? He's going to be getting called out, but nobody on Envy in a position to take him down, and because of that, his camo's going to refuel. He's going to get his shield back as well, and he gets a lot of information and damage on the respawners of Envy. He's playing this so well.
Yeah, he's wondering too, did anyone sneak on over towards top pink? Nope. They're stuck on over at the fridge, not the flag. So let's see how Mighty's and crew decide to react to this. They know their half of the map is clear, and they know there's got to be somebody in that fridge.
Oh, Precision sets up the bait. They show the player in the fridge, and then immediately once you take a couple of steps down those pink stairs, it's a trap. Precision turns the corner. He's able to get a couple of kills, and 3 go down for Majin. They had complete control. All of Envy slowed down the game. They played on their half of the map and waited for Majin to step into that bait.
Yeah, they're just setting up the perfect traps, and Majin are getting snagged by them every single time. I think the problem for Majin is they're kind of, like I said before, full sending it or committing towards a play or direction before they have the damage or all the information. They know they're over near a base or such, but they don't have somebody weak, or they don't know the exact location. And before they know it, they're walking in, they've committed too far, and they cannot back up.
And that's the difference in the game here, as we saw Majin get collapsed on in the back of the base right there. 39-37. They do a good job to get a couple of kills there to keep this within striking distance. But right now, Envy in the driver's seat as far as map control. You see all of Majin stuck towards pink besides Septic, who was at blue. He gets removed from the map. And now in a 4-on-3 situation, look at how dominant the map control is, as Precision able to just stand top middle untouched and now push towards the information he's gathering. Descendant picks up 2 in the base.
Similar again, this time we saw it from the Envy POV. You just saw Majin hard committing in a direction because they said, all right, we know that there's 2 players over on the opposite side of the base. We might know Descendants here. Let's push on through. And Precision and Descendant reading that perfectly. Creating distance, creating space when people are clumping up and punishing them for it.
Chick tries to hide in that refrigerator there, but he saw, it was Precision that saw just the glances of his shoes as he walked into it, so they knew he was there. Precision did such a good job to patiently wait for a teammate to just 2v1 the guy, and Chick gets taken down for free, extending the lead to what its greatest lead so far throughout the game. It's 7 that Envy take a commanding lead by here at 46-38 now.
Yep, and that's going to be 2 more kills on the board. Precision slamming in that camo. I don't know how Majin come back from this. Bass toss and crew. 1 kill left to spare, and all of a sudden, kind of crumbled at the end. It was so close.
Yeah.
Majin had the lead in so many circumstances. They had the positional advantage and just kind of hit the gas and wonder what's going to happen.
Yeah, a little bit of chaos goes a long way in the score line right now. Majin wasn't able to consistently play with Envy throughout that second game. Envy really pulling away from that 40 kill mark on. And with that, Envy will take a series lead 2-0 now. Majin, their tournament lives will be on the line when we return if they can extend the series against Envy. right, here we go. Game 3. This could be Majin's tournament life on the line right now. MV up 2-0, and I'd say pretty commanding fashion so far, and it's going to be Coliseum CTF. I've actually forgot the name of the
Origin?
Infinite map.
Yeah,
Origin,
yeah.
thank you, God. I mean, I'm in the dev team, and I drew a blank
I
there.
think that's always been one small gripe-ish for me of the HaloWC around every single title. And when you have a new game,
Sanctuary
the
is
new
Sanctuary.
map, yeah, it's the same. It's like Wizard's Wizard, Battle Creek's Battle Creek, and it's
Yeah.
just like, you know, each one has its own different name for it. And so I resort to generally the first version of it.
As
for the
long as
name.
there's no major differences, I'll say. Like,
Yeah, but
there's
even-
some of those, like there's a little bit of geo differences, and that's how you distinguish the two. But, I mean, as far as this is concerned, Origin, Coliseum, whatever it is, we have Yaxin with snipe in hand. As we refocus on the action, you see Septic, last player alive. He is going to be on the enemy team's flag, and Yaxin got an opportunity to spot him. And on the other side of the map, the flag's being pulled. So Septic trying to shut that flag player down, but not before Yaxin gets a piece of ya. There's a double kill. Can't hit the headshot on the triple. That would have been disgusting. The damage has been done. However, all 4 down for Majin Club. That flag continuing to be on the move. This is beautiful from Yaxin. Posted up on his BR, doing everything for Envy's success here.
And that's so tough for Bastos, too. Bastos probably even just calling out saying, let this one go. Not a big deal. Get control. Okay, I guess you all have to get control without me.
Yep. Somebody else get control. I'm in the death cam. Yaxin finally had a snipe ammo, but the work's already been done. An early lead again for Envy here in the series. Game 3, and they look like they want to move on and throughout this elimination bracket. Piggy with a double on the elbow is going to open up the base as well, especially when Chick gets spotted running up the snipe ramp. He's not going to have an angle on this flag carrier. Septic and Chick are snipe side of the map, and that is where Yaxin's trying to run this. So he's going to find himself in a difficult position, and big kills coming across to stop this flag. This game, far from over. Envy has been in the driver's seat, but as I say that, Mighty's able to get a flagpole off of those few kills, could extend where Majin needs some momentum extended.
Yeah, and Flag not getting as far as I expected. On top of that, Precision arguably giving away his position a little bit. He kind of snuck back there on the flag, uncertain of where he'd be, but great recovery there by Envy to stop that potential cap for Majin.
Yeah, that was a counter cap opportunity for Majin off of some great plays from them. Then shut down by more great plays from Envy. So a little bit of back and forth we're starting to see as the tides are turning. Snipe is coming up in 10 seconds. Rockets are currently up, so the power weapons surely to dictate what's going to be the mid-game here.
Yeah, it's coming up any moment. Piggy just playing the job of distraction right now, trying to buy time for his teammates to come on over, grab those weapons, and give some support. Mission mostly successful. However, his reinforcements in form of Precision taken out, but Piggy still remaining over in the cave.
And this is the problem. Septic doing all this work, but it's on his side of the map as the power weapons were coming up, so you have to think Envy are going to be the ones that are in control of those power weapons. You do see Bastos over on the elbow. He's finally taken down. He's able to take down Precision before, so but where's the snipe? Senate shows you where the snipe is. He's able to take down Septic there. Septic playing his life so well, but you can't just give away snipes to players on Envy, especially not Descendant. When this kid heats up, he is a dangerous player to play against.
Yeah, in the end, didn't work out for Majin. I don't hate the fact that they tried to create a chaotic situation where they tried to pull flag as we're in this, chaotic, frenetic situation. But in the end, you have to have somebody looping around, flanking, getting ready for that weapon. You have to, throughout the chaos, either be getting that OBJ or be getting the weapons. And in most cases, you can't really move this flag across the map when they have an uncontested sniper.
Yeah, absolutely. It did look like Chick was able to find the Rockets. He only found 1 kill with them, though. Descendant already having more success with the snipe than the Rockets, are proving to be the better of the power weapon choices of prioritization here. Majin go 3 down right now. All 4 members of Envy are alive. Chick spotted on the elbow. Respawners on the elbow as well. And Descendant ADS. That's aim down sight for all you old folks that aren't hip like me and know the acronyms. Down towards the elbow. It is going to be Mighty's that first goes down the elbow. And Descendant, a little bit of an over challenge there. Extends his entire body to the sight line available over towards elbow. And because of it, he gets taken down without being able to get cover.
Yeah, no cover found in that area, but oh my God, great shots there by Piggy trying to back away from this position. But we're also not seeing Majin really take up as much ground across the map. It feels like you have Bastos kind of way too deep on enemy lines, kind of by himself, not with any help. Because of that, you see his death onto the kill feed. But here we go, Septic finally moving on up over here towards top Rockets. 4 bullets still, and Rockets coming up. I'm surprised he's not whipping that out to fight against that top catwalk person, but there we go.
His Rocket player on his team decided to sprint for him. He was able to pick him up, but as he's doing that, he's getting lit up and actually gets taken down. So it's actually sniping Rockets in the hands of Septic right now. And this is kind of a tough place to be. You got the power weapon combination here, but not the best position to use them. The Rockets get used pretty quickly, and now you don't have a secondary weapon. You got 1 bullet in the chamber. You got to make it count. Can you make it count? Yeah, hey, you get a trade, which is better than what most would have done there. All 4, however, do go down for Majin Club, and it's just Yoxin on the map. I would say, so far through what we've seen, it has been dangerous situations Majin have found themselves in, and to only be down 1-0, there's some testament to the defense being played on their behalf, but you need to find some offensive success here if you want to extend the series to a 4th game.
Yeah, they need to find the offensive success together. Right now, it feels like their plan is to try to just flank somebody through instead of doing a concentrated push across the top together. Instead of, let's send a couple down low through either runway, or let's send one flanker through, slipping through, just to go over to their cave and go to that flag. But never once have you really seen Majin take control of the center, get around to Slays, push to the front of the base, get around to Slays, and run that flag. Instead, it's just been people trying to do individual efforts.
Overextend rather than actually focus on map control. Beautiful. Well said, Dave. Every single time we've seen a flag pull for Majin Club, it's been that flanker, that overextender, and sometimes that can work, but that is a tough recipe for success versus a team that is solely focused on that level of map control, because where are you going with the flag once you get that touch? If Envy have control of the middle right now, Yoxin really focused on getting top catwalk, the basics of what we know this game type to be. But however, Majin do get a flag pull. Chick goes down, and I believe that was the flag carrier. Once again, can't quite get it past that sight line that is shutting them down over towards the elbow. If you do turn that corner, that flag can get across halfway, and then maybe we're talking about manifesting a couple of kills that benefit you to a flag cap. But Envy doing such a good job to shut the flag down before that can happen so many times.
Yeah, I think Envy's reacting very well to this as well. There's times where these sort of strategies really catch certain teams and play styles off guard. But the good teams, good players, they'll react after a bit. They're going to say, guess what? They've tried this flank like 5 or 10 times. Wait for them to make their push, take the free kill or 2, and then we'll make our push across the map.
Yeah, and it's so hard to do. Yoxin's been top catwalk for so long, waiting on the rest of his team kind of to get position. Does step forward a little bit too far and ends up onto a plasma, but that catwalk control is really the name of the game when you're talking about map control on a map like Origin. And as you see, it is going to be Rockets in the hands of Piggy right here. They're controlling the elbow because this is the direction you want to run the flag. They don't have that snipe control, but that's okay. And that Rocket actually doesn't kill that respawner. I thought it was going to find someone. Septic and Mighty's find a kill. Wow. Piggy's going to be the last player alive, and they luckily, I will say, shut this flag down before it moves any further.
Such a good position there. Or Piggy, I would say, such a good position there. Ready to escort Precision with that flag. And great play by Chicken Crew, to be honest, to work themselves away from that one. Just a good read on where that Rocket player might be. But I would say Majin Club getting a bit luckier there during that stop.
Yeah, great defense once again. We'll say it. But defense is not going to win you this game, especially when you find yourself down 1-0 already. We need to see some successfulness, some aggressiveness together. This could be the push. Elbow control is an aim that they're focused on right now. It is just going to be Septic alive, Yoxin the last player alive as well, and respawners are going to be able to deny Septic from really moving this flag any further than the flag stand itself. He can't even get the pull before the respawners have an opportunity to shut him down. Mighty's the next overextender on the elbow. The rest of Majin Club, though, not in a position to really anchor or push.
Yeah, not at the base, also not high enough to lay down these shots, and all day long, Envy will happily take these 1v1s or 2v1s on the back of their flag. Now, what Envy do not want to see happen is somebody on their front bridge of their base, somebody over towards top Rockets or top catwalk, laying down those extra shots for somebody pushing into the flag.
Yeah, this feels like the first time, really, we've seen Envy have to fight from their cave up on players' top snipe, and there's multiple players now stuck towards the maze for Majin Club, and that's the control that we've seen Envy have this entire game. It's a 2-on-2 in this situation. Bastos by himself with a snipe right now. Can't quite find Piggy, and Piggy finds a respawner in Septic, but Septic outshoots Piggy there. which could be the door opening for an opportunity on a flag. When the flag is getting pulled, there's a player in front of his base. Flag carrier does go down. Yoxin finds a double, but Bastaz able to answer that double with the double of his own. Is anyone on the return is the big question right now. Yes, Precision found himself on the return, and he gets the return before Chick can get that kill. Scrappiness is not going to get the job done yet again for Majin Club. It was the best attempt yet, but still, Envy find a way to shut it down.
Yeah, Envy just playing the right defense, the right spots, securing those kills, and it's tough and it's frustrating because any one of those at some point, if you get one extra kill chain down there and somebody from Majin ready to rally it, that's okay. And maybe that's the only part that we're just missing from this, is this strategy can be viable here for Majin if they have just that slight little extra support from cover fire or somebody there to punish the person who's killing the flag runner.
It'd be a lot easier if they had rockets to do so, but unfortunately Chick gonna go down on the rocket street, and I believe it was Envy that just picked up those rockets. Descendant, he gets taken down. Actually, all 4 down for Majin Club as they're coming off respawn. Those rockets still stuck top rockets, but with a minute left, you gotta prioritize those rockets if you're Majin, because you need a power weapon to really change the tide, the momentum of what has been the last 11 minutes.
Yeah, Precision finding himself in the same spot where he had gotten that flag recovery. Now, the only difference here, kind of between Envy's and Majin's strategy is he has that extra support up high towards that catwalk, towards the top rocket. So anyone that he's fighting over near an elbow or near the flag, he has cover fire. Somebody down in the bottom middle, can't really help.
Absolutely, couldn't agree with you more. 2 members go down for Majin Club. One's gonna respawn, but I mean, they're all stuck rockets out of the map, and this is such high level of control right now for Envy. They do spot that one first player overextending. The rest of the team goes down. It's Mighty's that is getting a touch on the flag, but he knows that someone else from Envy has got to be hunting him down. He's the last player alive. That's not going to cut it. He gets taken down. A great route from Piggy to do so. And with that, the return comes through. The clock will hit 0, and Envy will win this series 3-0 against Majin Club. It was a highly contested game 3, but just not enough offense success for Majin Club. Envy will move on to the elimination bracket.
Commiserations there for Majin. One stat I am interested to see, though, is flags stolen and flags captured here between these 2 rosters. Look at this. You had 5 flags stolen apiece. I would have expected actually a little higher. Kind of felt that way.
Yeah,
when you're watching Majin there.
Felt like Majin definitely had more flags pulled,
yeah,
but just not realistic opportunities with those flag pulls. They were immediately shut down just about every single time. The one real opportunity got stuck under bottom middle their side, and you have to overextend so far to try and even get an angle on the guy returning that. If that's like out in the open bottom middle,
yeah, if that was over in the runway kind of lane there,
exactly.
Anyone could have really had an angle there from an elbow or such. It feels like a deceivingly safe spot, but anyone from the Envy base, or sorry, from the Majin base has no angle on it. Anyone from the Majin team isn't out in the courtyard over in front of Envy's base, and just nobody had the angle. People just had to beeline it right down
yeah,
there.
it's actually the safest place
Yeah.
you can return that flag. So a well-fought battle for Majin Club, just not enough to take down a team like Envy, and we expected this. We expect Envy to get hot throughout this elimination bracket. A great first step for the boys in blue here in the elimination bracket round 1.
But that's going to be it.
to Bravo, everybody. Welcome to Bravo, Bravo. Good to have you back, buddy. How many times can I make that joke without getting old?
I think at least once per time we come back.
Okay, excellent. Well, we got it out of the way early. Optic Gaming looking to continue this elimination bracket run. This time their opponents will be Akave Esports, our LATAM representatives, looking to, hopefully for them and their fans back at home, repeat the international problems that Optic Gaming had a little bit earlier today against the Australians of Mindfreak. But early on, pressure coming in from Akave. Almost got that bomb armed, well, not armed, I would say, certainly in a dangerous position as Magico has found the camo.
See what Drift?
Bomb
No, Drift is taken down. The bomb will be tossed out. So Mahiko going to have to slow play this. One thing I do want to highlight for anyone who hasn't been following Akave Esports over the past few weeks now knows to check the Shroom stairs. At least camo will be burned for them. But if you haven't been following Akave Esports, some very good results taking games off of FaZe, even forcing them to a Game 5 in the online TSM Pro-Amps. So not a team to take lightly. Optic Gaming knows that really once they're putting these bracket runs together for the Elim bracket, you obviously can't take anyone lightly because there's no room for error.
I think this is an important series for Optic, just to make sure that they keep a level of consistency to their game. It's very easy when you go up against an opponent who you might feel that you can push aside a little bit when you're looking at the siege, you're looking at history, and you make a few mistakes that maybe don't cost you in this series, but get some bad habits going for some of the bigger teams that may be waiting around the corner, should they, of course, come through this series. But for Akave, what an opportunity it is, right? Let's go through, play Optic Gaming here in this elimination bracket run. Renegade needs to hit one bullet here, and finally does manage to do so. Just, again, just reiterate the strength of international Halo at the moment.
3 dead here, bound. Last player alive, 4 dead, staggered. Legend will be up, but the bomb will be moving.
Certainly will indeed, and they've got indication of where Legend is. 2 players hunting him down at the moment, but Legend being elusive enough to stay alive long enough for Formal to come and chase those players down.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Just kind of cuts through the smoke there. It felt like I was watching something out of Hollywood, and Legend comes sprinting through the flames and gets away with it. It's a nice win for Lior, but will eventually be taken down 2v2 momentarily on the map.
Full Dragon Force. Fire in the flames.
Ooh, yeah, nice.
He carried on. Bound now, trying to wrap this bomb towards the pink side and get it out of the base. Optic will be able to make a little bit of progress, but map control still for Akave Esports. You see they have those top middle positions, and coming up as well, and Bound find it very difficult to take a 1v1 at the moment. A lot of good pressure coming in from Akave.
It's taken down. 2 are dead. Icon needs to try to stay alive. They do have the opportunity if they can get these last picks, but Formal with a very key win. He's going to allow his teammates to spawn and now take some space. Bound also, honestly, with a good trade out of the base, but still on a camo opportunity. Back-to-back camos here for Akave Esports, excuse me.
2 in a row. And that is a lot of time to be invisible on the map. Loire finds 1 in the base, Renegade finds 1 for Optic. A 2v2 momentarily on the map, though Akave now have the numbers advantage. And it looks like the spawners are the only players who are alive for Optic right now. An opportunity again for Akave to put the pressure onto Optic, and it's been one-way traffic so far.
How does Lior get away with that? Finally, he's taken down, but it seems like he got away with murder, sitting and watching Fridge, and the flag flank didn't come around for a long time, but he just stays alive front base thereafter. So if you take a look at the raw numbers, Akave Esports is currently, just narrowly, but outslaying Optic Gaming.
I mean, if you're looking at map possession as far as distance control on the map, it's been all Akave so far. Finally, Bound is going to get up to top pink and be able to pick up a secondary kill here on Magico on the bottom of the pink tower. Shots onto Drift, but Drift with some very, very good shots himself. Acid looking to win his individual fight as well, and Renegade and Bound falling consecutively to straight 1v1s.
See what Formal could do. He knows the bomb is advancing. Wants to try to get with a great angle. I mean, perfect timing to come out connector right as your teammate's going car 1. Really nice to see that synchronicity of that timing coming in from Akave. They have not made this easy. 1v1 on the map. Acid versus Legend as Legend runs the bomb.
Legend going to drop a nade. Acid going to challenge that nade chunk away, and Legend will win that individual fight. Notice he's going to have a bit more pressure coming in. Drift, the next victim of the Frenchman. As Legend will now hold that bomb and wait for the support of his teammates. 3 dead for Akave momentarily. Still a player hovering in the back of the base though, but the support is now arriving. But Drift somehow managed to sneak behind enemy lines and will have to be dealt with before that bomb can be moved in. I mean, what a life for Legend.
Yeah, amazing there. Right now it's a 2v1. Lior was the only player in position, and an arm will begin. Traded out. Look at the progress though.
Let's get this kill quickly. Magico though with a big kill in the back of the base, and it looks like Optic now with 2 players falling that were closest to be able to get their grubby little mitts on that bomb. Arm going to be in a position to convert the start of the plant into an arm. Camo coming up again. The War's going for it, and I'll tell you what, that's going to be 3 in a row here for Akave.
They are with another man, just as you say. Amazing control, not only of the Slays so far in many cases, but really it has felt like they've had the control of the game so far. Now, we haven't seen the bomb translate just yet, but still a lot of time for them to do so. But it feels like one arm could decide this game.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think depending on which way it goes, it can either be Akave being rewarded for the consistent pressure they've had for the majority of this game, or it could be Optic breaking their hearts a little bit with just efficiency. I think when you look back to the opportunity Optic had a few moments ago to get that bomb on, just a few things didn't quite go right. I think the player who was arming the bomb was hoping the beatdown would be enough for the second player to get the headshot to clean it up. And then all of a sudden it's a 1v1 at the back of the base. The bomb probably gets armed. But just little things not quite clicking in the big moments means we're still tied up at 0-0.
Wow, somehow Leor gets away with that without trading initially. Will still be 2 down for them, so. It has been good pressure, but it does feel like all it's going to take is one opportunity for maybe Optic to collect themselves, and they could put spoiler to what has otherwise been. Man, great team shot again from Agave there. It feels like they're supporting each other in such an impressive way, the timing of it.
Yeah, I mean, you compare that to what we've seen in some of the individual fights that Optic have been playing with their POVs, right?
Again.
You're seeing this bait and switch in the basics of Halo, right? Pushing in twos, making sure there's a couple of bandit rifles onto one player. You're going to win that fight most of the time. And Optic just struggling at the moment to find, I think, the teamwork that we saw a little bit earlier on.
See what Renegade do here. So far, very nice damage. That will lead to 2 dead, but it feels like right away the pressure's coming in yet again. Impressive from Acid, and it feels like Optic's starting to get a little bit of a man advantage at times, but Akave making sure to at least trade out one of those kills each time.
Yeah, Former did a really good job actually of just supporting those 2 players. Came in, cleaned up the damage, kept that bomb moving to more of a mid-map neutral position, and now a little bit of help from the teammate, you would imagine they'll be able to take down Loire. Renegade has picked up a kill himself. It should be the next victim, but still manages to take 2 down. There might be a teammate, potentially, but bomb now moving towards the gen. Bound having to play bodyguard.
Taking a look here at Bound numbers so far, 15 and 12. Tied for most kills on the team, and really only bested by Leor with 17. But positive 6, though, has been impressive so far. And this has been, I mean, so back and forth, and it feels like a well-fought battle. The only question is, which team is going to get the right timing on the first 3 dead, really, and make sure to convert?
Well, the big moment here is that Optic might be able to get a camo. I was going to say that, but unfortunately for them, Acid is about to pop it. At least it's going to be stopped and potentially burned if it hasn't been dropped down bottom middle. Oh, 1-4 observing. Team is telling us that it has indeed been burned. So it's not perfect for Optic, but you'd rather not have it than maybe the opposition not have it than have it at all.
Exactly, and they haven't converted yet, right? So you can make the argument that maybe because Optic Gaming is able to shut down that camo, right? They won't have to face another 45-second disadvantage with a camouflage player. Maybe this is finally an opening for them at the 4-minute mark.
Legend finds 1, 2 dead here for Akave Esports. Bomb is moving behind the presence of Formal and Legend, who are the furthest players up here for Optic, trying to find some angles, trying to support each other. And all of a sudden you're seeing Akave getting pinched a bit in the back of the base. If they deal with Magico here, then there might be an opportunity to arm comfortably. Legend though, uncomfortable, but this is where he does his best work. A double kill, a killing spree, and he's got the support to try and get this bomb armed. 50% of the way, 75% of the way. Optic are going to get the first one. They're up by 1.
Didn't even start the arm right away. They had all the luxury because of the timing and just how quick succession you saw from Legend on those kills. Really nicely done. He even does the job himself to get that arm in. He might be even, but that big play will now give them the lead. Like we said, you give Optic Gaming 1 little inch, they're going to take it.
Waiting for the repeat here of Drift. Not going to come. His teammate Renegade, though, will clean up that damage. And Legend's elusive, I was about to say, to escape into the gen with his life. But not going to be the case this time around. Optic trying to keep that bomb at least halfway up the map at the moment. But while taken down as well as Renegade on our screens, we'll find not just the assist, but a beat down onto Magico as well.
Feels like now it might have been all that Optic Gaming really needed, because they can kind of continue playing the game that they were playing up until this point, where even though they might have been on the back foot, as they do have 3 dead, they're going to continue running here. Maybe start an arm. There are spawners up, so they will need to slay, and Renegade knows it.
Going to have to get some more work done here in the Slays department before that bomb can be moved in. Camo's coming up as well. It's not looking good positionally here for Akave. Two players are dead. Renegade has eyes on top middle as well. He's heeding the call-outs of his teammates, and that's going to be the second arm going in for Optic Gaming. They double their advantage. They're now up 2-0.
Really nicely done, and Optic did not hesitate once they got the second opportunity, even though Horde has another camo. That's another story. We'll talk about power-up control after the game, but for now, Optic Gaming will strike again, not wasting any time and making sure to just take advantage of the opportunity and get the timing. And at 2-0 with 2 minutes left, you get the feeling this will just be a control game for them.
Standout statistic that's just caught my eye. Optic Formal, 18 assists in this game and still positive. The human UAV has found his range.
Double that of anyone on Akave.
Yes.
These are some insane numbers coming out from him. Indeed, great catch from you, and Formal has been putting in the work.
Richie Hines numbers. Wallow with the Insta-Splode is going to find a couple of kills, and Optic are going to be 2 dead. Bomb is moving in for Akave. And this might be the opportunity, especially with Loire with his green gun in his hand. He's going to be able to do a lot of damage.
Renegade gets both. Renegade gets both.
Oh dear. That could have been done better.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Mark. Renegade somehow on the fadeaway is in a separate 1v1, but gets both kills. And from that POV, it looked like some dark magic. And they're just going to do a little bit of fridge hold here, which I don't hate. They've earned it.
Just over 60 seconds left in this game number 1 for Optic to confirm what feels like a win for them. There has been opportunities for Akave, though. We highlighted the amount of early pressure and map control they did have that they weren't able to convert on. Some of that misplays from them, some of that very good defensive plays from Optic Gaming. But efficiency-wise, I think it's been 3 times that Optic have had the bomb in the base, and it's turned into 2 plants.
Man, and now just going to play these last 40 seconds, and Optic Gaming just really good late game composure. I think they were fine with, even though they forfeited a lot of camos, just fine knowing that at 0-0, everything's still to play for. And now they're just kind of running laps around the map. Those kills will be traded out, but not a problem, really. Renegade is 28-19.
Yeah, I was about to highlight that, actually, just quietly going 28-19 in this Olymp Round 2 game. And it is just a case now of letting the sand kind of drop, the final grains of sand hit the bottom of the hourglass before we call this an Optic Gaming win. 7 seconds left in this game, no chance for Akave to get that bomb planted. And Optic finding a little bit of comfort in that game after the first few moments. It really did feel like it was theirs to win, and when they did, we'll be back with game number 2 in just a few moments. Game number 2 is live. Welcome back to the Bravo stream, everyone. If you're watching in the building, hey everyone, hope you're having a good day. If you're watching at home, hope you're having an equally exceptional Saturday here. I had to think for a second of what day it was, but
Yeah.
we got it right. 3-1 off the rip here, Optic Gaming having taken game number 1 in this elimination round 2 game against the HaloWC Esports. Nice shot coming in from Renegade, and I tell you what, Andy, it feels like we were watching this man do exactly this just a few moments ago on another team.
It really does, and Renegade's going to get that camo essentially,
Oh boy.
even though it's contested just a little bit. You can call it for free. He had laid down the angles, and he needs to. Can also have a repulse camo spike. This is pretty deadly. It will be difficult to kill him.
If this was real life, he would be moving slower than everyone else, the amount of equipment he's having to carry.
You got a knot. German, by the way.
I think it was Austrian.
Oh, yeah. Austro-Hungary?
Hungarian.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know why both of our heads went there, but Renegade doing his best impression
Of a mid-century,
mid-century
mid-Europe,
Austro-Hungarian medieval soldier.
Germanic.
Or as they call them in Halo, Spartans. 9-3 the score, 6 kills. Interesting to see he hasn't really been able to find any targets while we've been wasting everyone's time. Finally does find one player who was taken down to no shields, making that a very, very simple kill. And now with the camo dissipated, which you could say is disappointing for Optic fans. Now it's up to Renegade to do it.
Imagine that angle.
The inventive play.
Okay,
He hit that, by the way.
I was hoping he
headset
wasn't only going to survive. I was hoping, first of all, that's amazing to stay alive that long and so obnoxious, 15-6, but I was hoping he was going to get that crazy angle where he saw Big Door for just a split second, which might have happened and maybe an online event or something I missed, but I have yet to see that turn the play.
It is spooky season.
True.
And that certainly was a spooky looking play from Renegade. Somehow got the stick in that situation, got the kill with the plasma grenade. And at 18-8, Captain Optic fully in control. Both hands on the wheel, Andy, is how I describe it.
Firmly. Gripping.
3 o'clock and 9 o'clock position.
That's the legal way. Cops love to see that. See what Legend can do. Advancing here, going to get another free kill just below Nest. Just kind of continue to control back Mud, and where the team shot looked good from Akave in game number 1, it feels like Optic Gaming has now taken certainly that title. And not just in the gameplay, but on the scoreboard as well. It's 22-12.
Yeah, Legend just having one of those kind of games. Well, I mean, everyone on Optic is having one of those games at the moment, but 6-3, just double positive off the rip. Sometimes you see Legend go on these little runs, and the score reflects it heavily in the favor of the team. And the jersey that he is sporting, of course, Optic Gaming looking to just collapse on this damage that's been done by Legend early on. Even though a couple of kills get traded out, trade's just quite simply not good enough for Akave at this point. But they do get away with a sniper rifle by the looks of it.
Ammo.
And somehow they've got camo as well, like you say.
Not over. I mean, this game is still within reason. Don't get me wrong. Would require quite a lot of work and coordination from Akave, but still doable. Let's see if they can get this game back under control.
Two dead on the side of Optic. It's an opportunity here for maybe a little run from Akave Esports. Another pick comes in the feed. The Renegade's going to be dead, which is usually a good sign of chasing down a team that has an established lead on you. Where did Legend just come from, by the way? I had absolutely no sound cue whatsoever, and Legend just appeared.
What he does best. Bounds your last player alive here, so 22-29. 23-29, a triple kill killing spree with speed from the Or.
Okay.
Gets it in the last possible frame, and like I said, this one is not just over yet. Optic Gaming is going to need to make sure they close this out and close it out strong. Let's see how this next rotation of Slays goes.
This is one of those situations I was talking about. Sometimes you can get into a little bit of a bad habit when you get out to a good start, when you've had a good win in game 1, and you start to think the series is over before it's over. And I mean, Optic should have had enough of a warning of that this morning, of that series against Mindfreak, to not make those very simple mistakes that are very easy to let slip into your gameplay. And I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Optic, actually. Even though it's been a good run, they've just turtled up a little bit here, slowed the game down, and there's the pitch of Legend and Bound. War gets another one to just try and inch his team back into it, but Optic at least trying to get 4 on the map here.
Using his space combat sidekick, one of the best versions of that gun. Will get a stick as well in the end, and
They look like the head of the Pterodactylus.
well, actually it was
Power Rangers.
was quite prehistoric, wasn't it?
Twas. Camera gets picked up here by Kave. We're having a good time here, folks.
Still a 4-kill game here, 35-31, and what was a 10-kill Optic Gaming lead has now just been reduced to 5. Optic Gaming still looking good, but as I said, not over yet, and Mahigo gets another back-to-back camos. Once again, the gameplay is too dense and juicy right now to get into this. We're going to do it in the post-game, but Optic Gaming not with the most solidified power-up control, to say the least, in this series.
Lost found another kill. It's just a 3-kill game now. And if Magico can find a little pick here with this camo, or even get information
even a little bit
and some shots into Optic Gaming,
here's some information.
We might see a tie game. Everyone is bottom middle. I don't know the Spanish or Spanish for that, but it is going to be Optic who at least get a couple of trades in what looked like a horrible situation where they were all trapped bottom middle.
Todos son bajo del centro. That's what it was. In the end, though, it was all the information. It was more about too much information, but they could not convert. And in the end, they make sure to take down the player. Still, though, a 4-kill game, make it 5. It's a key kill from Bound. He has a snipe.
Yeah, a couple of kills just got picked up by Optic there as the snipers picked up by Bound. And I think that's just given them a little bit of relative comfort, where now they can wait for Akave to move to them. Bound's just going to be holding tower here, looking for angles. At some point, Akave have to push. They're chasing the game. There is still a lot of time left. Formal can't get the QT away to survive, but now Bound has to do a bit of work.
Boom, boom. Almost makes it happen in 2 shots. 43-38. Still a little bit of comfort here, but not done just yet. 5 shots left for Bound, and really has the opportunity to end the game with this single sniper rifle.
Magico down to no shields. Does get a kill, but Renegade will trade it out. 4 to go here.
Yeah, they'll take all the trades, of course, here at this point. Happy to do it, and Drift is trying to just stay alive behind and praying that that cinder block will keep him alive, and does for now. Here comes the push.
Yeah, starting to just pinch in, but Renegade gets picked off again. Legend will find a trade, and at this point, that's absolutely fine. If you're Optic Gaming, there's one for Bound. The second one is right in front of him. A very simple shot. Finishing it off in style, potentially.
Just getting shot in the back the whole time.
Legend will close it out here, and just before we finish the game, when you said boom, boom there, it reminded me of when the sniper rifle had bloom, and I wanted to say boom, 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 the sniper has no bloom.
I thought you were going to say, boom, here comes the boom. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Bravo stream. Bound on your screen, and Optic Gaming 2 to the good up in this elimination bracket. Round 2 matchup against the Carve Esports, and a double kill, the perfect POV to start with. We might turn it into a triple early on here. We've got a little bit of King of the Hill, though, to play here, Andy.
Yeah, let's see what Acid can do in this 1v1. He wins it and probably going to scurry away to the tunnel. Might not get away with much. More! And
Gets
I
away
am so glad
with absolute murder
that he proves me wrong. What a turn from Acid there. That was unbelievable. Picks up 2.
Legend, by the way.
Unbelievable shots there.
Now, Carve now have control of the ice side of the map, so we'll be able to step their tippy toes inside of this hill and try and hold Optic at bay. I would say if you can get a 3 or 4 dead, this is one of the more solid hills to hold because you can spawn the opposition across map. The only problem is it's difficult to hold when everyone's in the death screen. Optic have broken back almost immediately and should be able to flip the map.
Gotta say, I have to note that on back ice, it was Legend who spawned up again and won kind of a retaliatory 1v1 against Acid. So a little bit of a nice rivalry developing already in this game number 3. Pretty much even-ish hill time across the first hill between the two.
Yeah, as they say, Andy, it's not who strikes first, it's who strikes hardest.
True, actually, yeah.
I don't know who said that.
And who's left lying on the floor at the end. Yeah, so far, it has been Agave Esports, but the series is not over yet. Renegade has been popping off all sorts of ways today, and going to try to make sure that this game number 3 is no exception to that rule.
Steps back into the hill. You have the responsibility of holding up this push bottom middle and getting information for Optic Gaming. Such a difficult angle to kind of output damage from, though, inside of this hill. Not a lot of great lines of sight, and a lot of pressure can be applied to you, and Optic are finding that right now. 3 dead. But Carve have managed to flip the spawns, flip where Optic Gaming were holding, and now have themselves inside of that hill once more.
Acid trying to find some angles, but based on the fact he didn't see anyone right away, he knows he has to kind of rotate back. I like this move to help on ice. Some good progress here. It's a 3v3 on the map, now a 2v2.
Grab that Q2, and we know how deadly this could be. Just being able to overextend, grab information, do damage, and then escape back to the safekeeping of your teammates. Renegade is going to fall.
Wow.
That is a very simple double kill, and it might be a triple as well. Bound jumps into the shroud.
QT's back to the same spot he was already in.
As Acid jumps back into some sort of physics portal thing.
That's one of the first times I have seen someone QT back into the spot that they had already set the QT, only to then QT back a 3rd time thereafter.
Surprise.
No one ever do that again.
Shots coming in from Acid, but there's going to be 2 members of Optic Gaming he has to deal with in this circumstance, and the Carve are going to find themselves 2 dead initially. And now they're going to find themselves 4 dead. So what is a tied game on hill time? Optic should be able to put at least some points on the board here.
By the way, apologies. Looks like we
Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for the pause in gameplay. We have this in Optic Gaming over this game, continuing their form in this series. The game didn't stop. It is a continuation of what you take the shield on the other side. We are a little bit of POV of launching here, so just keep your eyes on that little white indicator on the players' names on the score.
Team here in the back, making sure that we're able to see gameplay despite the fact back into this gameplay before the series is over. And happy to say that, of course, the game was continuing despite losing maybe at first it is registered. So just like that, we're gaming out over yet.
Yeah, almost found themselves. Renegade, even though he gets taken down. Akave now just one alive, having split difference of the between the two teams in half with that capture a few moments ago. Legend on your screen right now. And this is a more difficult field to hold. I wonder if Optic are going to opt to try and step this on with 30 seconds. Late for the slate.
Exactly it. See what Legend can be able to do here. Switch around, swing around, and he's going to absolutely clear it. They're going to advance on. Minor man advantage just a second for Akave. It looks like they're going to convert yet again. Bound gets taken down.
Just 1 minute and 19 seconds. They're going to stop that score.
Wow. I don't know what that
ended up with everybody falling, which honestly is probably the best.
is. Yeah, and those clean slated. So any progress here, enough to be concerning. I think they've got 6 seconds where it looks like they're choosing to play time. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that.
And if we were to capture this one, especially the open nature of the hill, it's very easy to screen spawn and a couple of players just right out the big hill.
Big kill.
Renegade's job right now is just to teammates are spawning close to him to keep Akave out of this hill. And he's doing just this.
That probably won them the game. Unbelievable from Renegade. In the back of the base. Not once, but twice. Picks off 1v1s that you could say from the other side should have been trees, and then stays alive to, as you said, anchor the spawns continuing down to the point.
Sometimes to see picks up a killing spree and a double kill. For a trade.
Yeah.
Sorry, going for an LBR, then moves in for the trade, so you get a little bit thrown off by just 7 seconds left. Alongside him, and Optic will close out the series and stay alive here in Charlotte. Optic Gaming 3-0 over Akave. Unfortunately, Akave will exit the tournament.
They will indeed, and Optic Gaming looking strong. I think people rooting for really a big Optic Gaming run. We'll take a look at some of the stats here for just a second. To pan over to some of the juicy numbers. It's going to be
20 and 8. Wow. For Renegade.
I mean, he just keeps doing it. He just keeps putting up the numbers. And I want to give a quick, acknowledgement to what you said earlier, Mark, the fact that with each game and each series in the elim bracket, Optic Gaming will get better and better.
They certainly will. We'll have to see if Optic keep that trend continuing as they run their way through this elimination bracket. Well, hopefully, I'll remember how to speak. We'll see you in a few moments, everyone. Optic continue their journey.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Elimination Round 2. What a tournament it has been and what a tournament run it has been for, I guess, both these teams, it must be said. In large parts, Mindfreak creating history for the ANZ roster with the highest placing finish of any team ever. Top 8. And they're not done just yet. World's qualification already secured. Dan and I were talking about it before we came on live, and they might have already gotten there before, but the seed that they now have, Dan, how important that could be for them.
Yeah, it'll be massive too. They probably would have qualified for Worlds just through points from their region regardless, but now they guarantee their spot. They get a top 8 seed. Who knows how far into the top 8? Like they beat Envy, for example. And that seed could be everything for their chances of trying to push that one step further, solidifying themselves as a top team at the Halo World Championship. It has been an incredible run. Now, Envy is going to be no easy feat to take down. And right now, though, Mindfreak already arming this bomb and looking to take a 1-0 lead, and they will do just that. Envy unable to stop Mindfreak right at the start of this game. What a story it's been. I mean, I can't believe how well they've been performing.
Sways, great confidence with good reason. 7 kills, 0 assists and 2 deaths. But really good in the duels, really good in the engagements. Starting off this series as he means to go on. On board now with Rice. It's a melee. And of course, if you don't know by now, you definitely should if you've not been listening, but the amount of keyboard players on the Mindfreak roster, which only makes the feat even more impressive. They drop down now. But the perfect start to this game. Coming up against the 5th seed in Envy. And there was much to say that there would have been disappointment had Mindfreak topped their pool and then still somehow managed to topple out in top 12. That would have been a pretty miserable way to end things, particularly after beating 3 teams inside of pools. But thankfully for them, they're in that top 8 now. Victory here, top 6. It's been a cracking run. But why not do more? Why not take more?
Mindfreak with nothing to lose, but on the flip side, Envy everything to lose. The expectation would be that Envy would win here. And it always does impress me just a little bit more when an Australian team succeeds in any esport, because how difficult it is to practice with servers, to try and practice against some of the good teams that are in other regions. Like, it's near impossible on the pings they play on. And I've seen the scrims, I've seen the matchmaking that some of these Aussies play on. It's insane, but it's almost like they're training with weights on, and then they take the shackles off, getting into these games, and we're seeing the very best Australian Halo team to ever exist on our screens. And that really is quite something, and of course, Barcode had to be a part of that. Barcode has been the forefront of this region for the entirety of Halo Infinite's lifespan, but then when he stepped away to North America, we started to see the likes of Scoob, Sways, and Rice step up to the plate. We combine them all, and now we have what you see in front of you.
And a little while back, we did discuss when Mindfreak made the team change. We were surprised it didn't come initially, because you have a talent like Barcode available to you, and the region not being the strongest, surely you avail of it. But perhaps the team were wary that if they made the change and Barcode got an offer elsewhere, that he wouldn't stay. They did eventually decide that they would twist. They made the swap, and it's paid dividends for them here. Barcode has really been able to help them just get over the line in some of those tougher series that maybe they weren't able to before. Reps under their belt, some chemistry, some game plans. This team looked very good.
They've done well to stop the Envy fight back after they got the initial bomb as well. Envy did try a couple of times just to jam it into their base. But Mindfreak had someone there and prepared to ensure there wasn't just going to be an easy plan. Again, it's being moved by Envy though, and you can see Sway is just relaying that to the rest of the team, and then this is how you deny. Those nades can be massive, are going to do damage, will get the kill, but is there anyone to follow up? Piggy's going to be trying to secure it himself, but Sways has found himself in such a good position here that he is the power player right now.
I worried for just a moment with only 2 bullets left in the magazine for Sways to play with and 2 opponents in his base, or at least in and around his base. But one shot connects, gets the kill, and the second one kept the shields of Piggy weak. teammate to clean up on. So huge plays out of Sways. Plays from Sways. Swayze. Here's Barcode. Camouflage. Scooped up. Popped. And away he goes into the cover of darkness.
I'm Barcode.
Hoping to be a bit of a Baba Yaga now for Envy. Oh, it's stuck right on the dome.
You know full well he was blind on the other side of that as well.
I'm flashed. Still flashed. I'm dead.
Did take down the camouflage player though, so he'll be more than happy, I'm sure. It's Barcode, last remaining player again. So Envy really trying to force this bomb in one more time. Are they going to be able to arm it though? 3 players alive from Mindfreak on the base. We'll get the trade as well onto Jackson. 1 player, again, just positioning themselves top middle. This time it's going to be Rice. Takes that fight, loses the fight, and now it's down to Scoob to try and stay alive. This is going to be a plan unless the nades are big.
Nade's not big enough. Not enough damage being done, and even though Sways got into the base, unable to get the kill in time. 1-1 now, all tied up. Does that just give Mindfreak cause for concern? Do they pause and reassess? Things are looking good. Less so now. Plenty of time left in the game. With just 6 minutes. Still time for this one to swing forwards and backwards. Barcode tries to escape up the shroom stairs. Double kill for precision. Scoopmeister again, the last man alive for his team.
So even though it's a fantastic start for Mindfreak, MB now starting to get a little bit more comfortable in this one. Several times in a row we've seen Mindfreak lose 3 players. It's a killing spree for precision, and you don't really want to allow a player like precision to start to get going. MB a 5th seed for a reason here. And their expectation will be not only to break into the top 6, but to have that game and that chance to try and break into the top 4.
It's always a frustrating one for Barcode. He's down bottom middle, down to no shields. And you think to yourself, there's no way he's still looking here. Yes, he was. And all while that was going on, the fights in the back base and the skirmishes, it is actually Envy now who take the lead. 3 go down for them though, so they paid a price for it, but one that they will pay time and time again.
And I would assume, just based on how the bracket's going, the winner of this would go on to face Space Station, I believe. And I think if Envy looked at that elimination bracket, and you look at Space Station, you look at Optic Gaming, I know which one I would rather play, based off of the performances we've seen elsewhere. And that'll be SSG, just in case that wasn't clear.
One thing also unclear, Scoopmeister camouflage as he shimmers around the place, providing cover for his teammate for a moment, although he wasn't able to keep him alive for very long. Good enough to trade though. Descendant gets into the base. He's behind enemy lines. Jackson's there as well. Scoopmeister keeping tabs on it. Not revealing himself just yet. Those nades doing a tick of damage.
What's a titch?
I was starting out to say tick, and then I was trying to blend it with some other word I don't even know right now. I'm glad I didn't say tit at the time. That's a different word entirely. But Barcode, it's certainly not a tit. Well, a very talented player. Well, depends on the Sunday night. Descendant arm in the bomb. This could be the end of the game, as a matter of fact. Scoopmeister tries to get close, can't get there though. Bomb will be armed. Envy weathered the early storm, but win the game in the end.
Yeah, it would have been, I think, a big dopamine hit for Mindfreak, getting that early lead, getting the adrenaline flowing, but Envy, very professional, calmed it down, slowed it down, and slowly and surely, excuse me, they did just beat and batter down Mindfreak. It began with a couple of trades, and then they were getting 2 down consistently, then they were getting 3 down consistently, to the point where they were getting full squad wipes, allowing them to get those arms. So there's the stats for you. Map 1, done and dusted. Map 2 will come up shortly after this break.
back, folks. HCS Charlotte Major, hosted by FaZe Clan. We really are into the thick of it now, the business end. As teams are being sent home left and right. As a matter of fact, the outcome of this one will decide who goes home and who stays to fight. At the moment, it is Envy who hold that one map advantage. We head now into live fire Slayer. Score now 4-3. Sniper rifle in the hands of Precision. Barcode shoots a grenade elsewhere and kills Ascendant, but Precision answers back in anger. They're asking what they're squabbling for and fighting for. It's going to be that camouflage. Schoolmeister steps out. Beautiful shot. Too much pressure coming from Precision. Has to back away, forced to give it up for now until the shields do recharge.
Biding his time, hoping someone's going to walk into that radical. Connects with one, connects with two.
Goodness. No good.
Make it three! So close.
Scooby-Doo almost put out the pasture, sent to the farm. Thankfully, though, able to survive for now. Down bottom middle, he slides.
Careful, Barcode's coming. Barcode's flying. He's zipping, he's zooming.
He doesn't actually make any footstep sounds. All you hear is beep, beep, beep. And a price tag just goes up and up and up every time he gets a scan.
Oh, I thought that was his heart monitor.
No. Although, they're hoping it doesn't flatline anytime soon. 13-9 now. Very competitive, very close. One round of Slay is all that separates them. And that means that Mindfreak in more than just a chance. Marco slides forward, gets one. Rice gets another elsewhere, settles for a trade. So, 3-kill game now. Good bait and switch from Barcode and Scoob. Both players stay alive. This is good Halo from the Australian lads.
Barcode and Scoob sounds like a cartoon.
It does.
Was it Phileas and Froob or something like that?
Ferb.
Ferb, that's the one.
Phineas and Ferb.
Froob is a yogurt.
Speaking of cartoons, Animaniacs.
Didn't know. Any
I
good?
remember the theme tune and everything. It was great.
16-14. Envy still with a slender lead. Mindfreak are not allowing them to escape it.
I just need to know, does anybody in the chat or in the venue remember Animaniacs? Don't tell me it was just an Irish show, because I don't believe that for a second. There was no Irish accent.
We'll have to find out. That shows he knows. Tweet him, find him.
Locate me.
Just yell loud enough.
You know where to find me. You'll hear me before you see me. One thing we still have to find out as well is who's going to win this series. Carbine doing a lot of damage, getting one. Jackson doing a bit of damage, and again from the scoreboard, Rice is going to lose his life, as is Scoob. Still very little to separate these two teams. In this game, almost going to say could not be closer, but obviously it could. It could be a one-kill game, it could be tied up, but the point stands. It's a very close game right now.
Well, I think they thought you were actually being loud.
Oh.
Which is even funnier.
They actually come over and fix my levels. If I've gotten quieter for people, please let me know and tweet
No,
at me.
no, you haven't. You confused the backstage team.
That's what you do. They just don't understand the accent. They heard loud, thought I better fix that.
Oh, hey up, triple could be happening here, but the QT and the sniper rifle combined deny. And now it's going to be a 5-kill lead for Envy. Mindfreak, you feel like game 2 probably has to be them, right? They have to get this one.
Yeah.
And you always wonder when a team has been on a run like this, a generational run from Mindfreak, at what point do you run out of gas?
Yeah, you have to ask. The question is, nobody expected us to be Optic. Nobody expected us to top the pool. Top 8 finish secured. Is it almost human to believe and just to settle and rest on the laurels of, like, our work here is almost done. It's done. We've made history for Australia. And then maybe the performance level against Envy isn't as good as or as high as it was when you played against Optic Gaming. Because a lot of people will be asking questions. If you beat Optic Gaming, you can beat almost anybody. But they fell victim to TSM. And it's not looking good right now against Envy with a 6-kill deficit to still try and eat away at.
And of course, Optic Gaming will be on that main stage playing against TSM right now. Seeing who will go through to top 6 themselves. Now, Mindfreak. Can they just close this gap? At the moment, they've been trading out kills successfully, but they haven't really gained any control of the map. And if you continue to trade in this way, Envy are just going to slowly but surely win the game purely through trade. So maybe a lot of responsibility on Barcode here with his camouflage.
You know he'd love to pair this up with a fine sniper rifle. They really do go so well together. And they can create some magic. But alas, no sniper rifle right now. Descendant down to no shields, trying to scarf away by the middle. The play that he made was good enough to bait Barcode not only into a death, but also to lose the camouflage. Double kill for Sways though, answers back immediately. Pace just starts to pick up now. Mindfreak starting to realize what's at stake. As if they'd ever forgotten. 2 players go down. Just like that, the steam is released. The pressure, the valve. Piggy now. 1v1 with Rice. This time, the Australian comes out the victor. Now we head towards the end game. And there are people making a lot of noise, and I can only assume it's actually from this game as well. On the side stations, maybe it's perhaps that some of the other players, the teams competing, there's still a chance to compete in that World Championship Series in Seattle.
Of course, that is happening at the moment on C and D stream, I believe, because we've already got our 8 teams now qualified from this event. You also have your 4 teams that qualified through points. I believe it was 3 NA and 1 EU, because the ANZ team were able to push themselves into the top 8. But now there are going to be 4 teams competing against each other who were from that lower half of the pool, and I believe some of the open bracket teams to try and fight for a spot.
5 minutes.
And there's going to be a lot of noise when people do make it, but this game is still alive. Barcode finds one. 45 to 47 now. I said he had the game in his hands when he had the camouflage, but now you could argue even more so with the sniper here.
Each bullet more important than the last.
And he only has 2 of them.
But the difference is only 2 kills. So if he finds a body and the teammate can get the kill, or if he finds a face, even better. Camouflage about to pop up as well. And will he sit top tower and bait it? Do you almost allow MB to make the first steps out here? Do the damage with the sniper rifle. Tell your teammates just to stay nice and healthy. And unfortunately, Scuba's lost his shields. Rice is top middle. He's also back down. Yaxing over towards the camouflage now. Piggy's got the first one. That's going to really, really hurt Mindfreak now. Yaxon just waits. He knows the sniper rifle is looking at him. The longer he looks at him, more chances. Teammates, 4 dead. 1 kill game. This is the chance. This is the moment now. Camouflage up for grabs.
Can't go for it.
He can't. Tantalizingly close. And Envy baiting it perfectly so far.
Oh, gotta be careful. Rice on a slither of health, just about escapes.
Precision over towards scoreboard now. Barcode spot him. Cannot get tunnel visioned. Gotta be aware there's more than just 1 gun on the map right now. Every single player here wants to be the difference maker, wants to be the one that gets that final kill. But Mindfreak have decided to rotate. Take a different angle, take a different avenue. Giving up that camouflage, but do Envy even know that? More engagements across top middle. And indeed cuts now.
Where's Descendant
Still
going?
showing presence.
This is tournament defining. Mindfreak win this, but back in the series. Envy win this, it could just take the wind out of the sails.
Oh.
You might have to make a play, but Barco goes down. Envy are the ones who take initiative, get the flank, get the kill. And could that just be 1 step too far now for Mindfreak? They're going to have to try and reverse sweep Envy. That being said, Shurs, they did do just that to Unreal Nightmare. It is not out of the realms of possibility here, but it is a long old road back into this series.
That one was a dagger to the heart. It's all about redemption and recovery. And you know, they've come so far. They've been in this situation before, like Dan alludes to. No strangers to a reverse sweep. But that's what it's going to take. We'll have the rest of this series when we come right back. Don't go anywhere, folks. And we are back live. The HCS Charlotte Major, hosted by FaZe Clan. Game 3 now. Envy up against Mindfreak. 2-0 the score. And to set the table for you if you're just joining us. Mindfreak already guaranteed with a top 8 finish, as is Envy. But win here, progress even further. Both teams have already secured their Worlds qualifications, so we will be seeing them in Seattle in a few short weeks. But the issue remains. Mindfreak are down by 2 and perhaps playing the last game of their tournament.
Yeah, they won't want it to be. It would be a kind of a sour end to such an incredible day and an incredible run in their eyes to bow out at 0-3 against Envy. But at the same time, I had a hiccup. It is Envy who have been playing excellently so far this season. And I don't think you should be too disheartened if that were to happen. That being said, Mindfreak have already taken an early lead here. Halfway through this first hill. And Envy are going to have to try and respond. But Scoob has a sniper rifle, and you spoke about mouse and keyboard players on this team. If you want someone with a snipe, Scoob's probably the man to have it.
And you wonder sometimes as well with players coming from Australia. It's a long, and I'm going to say another one, a long commute. And then you make it to a Friday, you're playing in the open bracket, so much Halo has to be played throughout the day, and then Saturday comes, pool play. And even more Halo comes your way, and with how much they've invested and put into this tournament, it would be completely forgivable for them to just burn out here, fizzle out. But as I say that, they're only one tick of time away from a 1-0 lead here on Lattice. Precision over towards Ice, still trying to defend that hill. Crowd screen is down there, but Envy are fighting pretty hard. And they have a lot of progress on the hill as well, it must be said. Scoop is trying to contest it. Piggy is somehow staying alive on that rock here. Rice is in trouble now. He's got 2 guns trained on him and fresh spawners there as well. Jackson will clear out that kill. Sways now. And the issue is, it looks as though Mindfreak are just throwing numbers towards it, but they're coming across all staggered. Finally, the player taken out of the hill. Barcode now in a 1v1 wins it there with Scoob. Big kill from the Code. Now the hill rotates. Mindfreak take the lead. And I'm hesitant to say showing signs of life, because they've more than showed signs of life today.
But Envy will be a bit annoyed that they didn't overturn that hill, I think. If you had just ducked behind the rock in a slightly different way in Ice, you probably stay alive and win that hill, but those are going to be the fine margins. And I think if you steal that first hill away, that might have just been the end to Mindfreak. This is their last ditch effort, and now getting that first hill, that would just give them a little bit of life here, a little bit of confidence. Descendant has the sniper rifle though, but he can't spot anyone out and he has to reposition. Piggy's able to get one, but look at the amount of time that Mindfreak have already been able to put onto this hill.
Descendant distance first, second hits the body, third hits the face. Matter of fact, it's the other way around. Barcode who got headshotted. Either way, there are people dead. For large parts, it's because of Descendant, and he continues to do that. But for all the kills he's getting here, Mindfreak remain inside that hill. Descendant had to kill Barcode, rotate around the map, and kill Barcode again, and still not inside the hill or Envy.
He's a nuisance, Barcode. He's here, there, and everywhere. Just like a Sunday night. Now Sways just needs to watch over this hill. Once they get the opener onto Envy, they can start to gain a little bit of time here. They're reluctant to step in because they don't want to give it up, but at the same time, by backing off, they did just invite a little bit of pressure from Team Envy. And now Envy will be the ones who have control. And again, we're going to see a back and forth between these two teams in this hill.
A very similar situation to what we've seen in the first hill.
Yep.
Mindfreak putting in a lot of early time.
Yep.
And Envy bouncing back. But will we see a different story play out this time? That's the script being altered in the second hill. Mindfreak pushed very far back here because of the pressure that Envy are allowed to apply. Precision not able to find any shots with the sniper rifle, and actually he goes down. Rice opens us up with a double kill. Descendant spawns back up, but as he does, Jackson goes down, so staying staggered now. And Mindfreak back inside that hill. This is good from the Australian lads.
going to be 2. Could this be their way back into the series? Could they have another miraculous reverse sweep to push themselves into unthinkable territory? Top 8 was already making history, and it is starting to remind me of that run we saw from Quadrant back at the Optic Major, when they started making history to push a European team into the top 3 for the very first time. And all these things, they do just slowly happen. It wasn't that long ago when I remember a European team got into the top 6 for the first time. I say it wasn't that long ago. It was in Halo 5, but still.
It was actually long ago.
It doesn't feel that long ago for me. And the regions just start to get a little bit better. They start to learn. They start to be able to get more practice and more scrimmage against some of the biggest and best teams. And this practice, this time in the top 8 is so valuable for Mindfreak. And that's why they are clinging on to this tournament, to try and get as much practice as possible and to live in this moment.
It's all about adaptation and evolution. And we have seen that growth year on year from the ANZ roster and for many of our international rosters, it must be said. LATAM are no easy feat to beat. As Cloud9 found out that today when they were eliminated by Akave. There's Mindfreak again inside that hill. Body shot connects by Scoob. He opts to back away here. Just doesn't get far enough. Not able to round that corner. But the work he's put in has meant that they've almost captured this 3rd hill here. Sway is down to no shields. He's in big trouble. And even bigger trouble still. 3 dead though for Envy. It's a difficult fight for Jackson. He tried to step inside the hill, but ultimately it was for nothing. As 3-0 the score now for Mindfreak, and they're just one point away from pushing this game to a game 4.
And I swear, more often than not, I'm trying to rip my head off.
Sorry about that.
You're all right. Sorry everyone, Chersey just
Swung a kick.
pulled a wire, and I thought I was about to lose an ear. Anyway, more often than not, we've seen the lower seeded team have success on Lattice. Kind of weird, isn't it? And I can't quite put my finger on it, whether it's just that some of the lower teams have put a bit more practice into the new maps because it is an even playing ground. But regardless, it has been a pattern that's been emerging throughout this tournament that Lattice just seems to offer up a little bit of a different result than you might have expected.
Just a little touch of spice. Getting spicy. And now the hill goes towards the catwalk, and Dan, nobody wants to be there, nobody wants to be in it, and it's a very difficult one to score. So I can very easily see this one playing out into time and us going to that game 4.
Yeah, Mindfreak are turning their attentions to just slaying now. They have no intention of trying to win this 4-0. They believe that they can hold on to a 3-0 lead for the next minute and 26 seconds. And it may not be a 3-0 lead, but it might end up being a 3-1 or even a 3-2. But they are confident that their time is on their side and they can do the job regardless.
Time's on their side, scoreboard on their side, more importantly. And the series score, although not in their favor right now, this game will do them the world of good. And no doubt already made so many of their compatriots at home so very proud of them. But like I said earlier in the day, why not do more? There's more here for you. The plate's not empty. Keep on cutting up these boys.
You want to be a little bit aggressive here, though, if you're Mindfreak. You don't want to allow Envy to get this second hill on their side with still like a minute left. That becomes a little bit more achievable for them. This is a big 1v1. And Piggy has just done enough just to keep Sways away. There is the minute timer. So Mindfreak has music to their ears that they're getting closer and closer to succeeding here. In map 3, Scoob wins the fight. And I tell you what, these MNK players just seem to be getting better and better.
I think you're right to err on the side of caution here, because there's a difference between being passive and being negligent. You've got to be careful, because Envy now are starting to threaten, really threaten. Because there was only a minute left on the clock, and it was 3-0. And now there's 46 seconds left on the clock, and it's 3-2. So cause for concern with 3 dead now for Mindfreak. This one is not over.
Yeah, I mean, they've scored 2 hills in the space of 45 seconds on the timer. Who's to say they can't put a 3rd one, if not even a 4th one in that time as well? We do go back to the hill at Ice, and that is where Mindfreak were able to get their first on the board, but it was very tight, if you remember. Wasn't that long ago. I'd like to see Wilshire remember. Piggy was last remaining player. Is being a nuisance, though. And Mindfreak can still play for time here. It's not going to be easy, but you can see they're trying to pin Envy back, not allow them to get close to the hill.
Piggy falls to the sniper rifles. No longer an issue. No longer a problem. Here's Jackson inside the hill now. What was 45 seconds on the clock, now 15. Envy have made a little bit of progress, so if they're going to do this, it's going to have to be perfect. They have got a numbers advantage, well they did until now. Descendant restores that lead, restores that advantage on the map. And for Sways, the nade goes down and Rice gets the backstab in the pinch. 10 seconds remain. Jackson has it all to do. Just moments ticking down here. And Envy are not going to have enough, it would seem. Mindfreak have done just enough. And this series now, 2-1. Mindfreak stay alive.
And now if you're Envy, do you begin to worry a little bit? You've seen this happen. It's not the first time Mindfreak have had to come back into their series, and you heard the reaction, or, well, I heard the reaction of how Mindfreak responded when they did take down Unreal Nightmare. Elation as they qualified for Worlds, but also pushed themselves into the top 8. That seed of doubt sprinkled into the minds of Envy here now as they let Mindfreak back into this series. And the real question is, how is it going to conclude? Only one way to find out is to get into map 4, but before we do that, we're going to go for a quick break.
Welcome back, folks. Envy up against Mind Freak here. Winner gets a top 6 guarantee. Loser goes home. It's 2-1 the score. It was 2-0, and the mission hasn't really changed. Although Envy lost the previous, the mission remains. You win the next map, or you win a map in this series from here on out, and you will go through. For Mind Freak, their mission hasn't really changed since the beginning. Win 3 maps, win the series. The issue is, though, they're now completely out of errors and mistakes, and they can't afford to throw away any more maps. Descendant. He's in the kind of form that really would concern you if you're a Mind Freak fan. And if you're up late in Australia, it must be 6, 8 a.m. Maybe it's up early.
Honestly, I think it's just normal daytime. I think it might be prime time in Australia at this
There
point.
you go. You've got exactly what you need to see. Your boy is doing you proud.
Yeah, it's like 1 o'clock.
1 p.m.
Half 1.
It's crazy how time works.
Great time having their lunch and watching the boys absolutely smoke the competition.
It's Championship Sunday for them already.
Yep, technically, Mind Freak have made Championship Sunday.
Do they have the results?
Now, Envy, I would say, might have been concerned looking at this map coming up and the fact that they've allowed Mind Freak to get here, because when you think of going up against some M&K players, you probably don't want 2 snipers on the map. That being said, the early sniping was on Descendant's side, and he looked pretty good too.
I think not only that, but with the map's line of sight being a little bit longer, you'd imagine the mouse and keyboard has more of an advantage there as well.
A few long-range fights.
It's always the close ones they struggle with when people start shaking the hips like Shakira.
And the hips don't lie.
The hips don't be lying sometimes. One thing not lying right now is the scoreline. 2-1 still. Overshield popped in the chest. Was it burned, or did someone manage to sneak away? Lots of shots going down. Rice might have had it, and if he did, he doesn't have it any longer.
Certainly a difficult battle at the moment to try and get into either base, which has been something that's pretty true for this map in general. If you are not coordinated, or if you don't take down every single member on the opposition team and you try and force your way into the base, you might find yourself getting a little bit punished. So it has to be well planned and well executed. Maybe a little bit like this, but there is still 1 remaining player, but he is sniffed out. And with all 4 dead and the flag already in the middle of the map, this is going to be a cap for Envy.
Well, the plan was planned, and the execution was executed. Slammed in. 1-0 lead now for Envy. And now they have something that they can hold on to. And it's going to have to be Mind Freak that figures out a way to break this setup, get themselves right back into this game.
Descendant part 2 with the sniper rifle. This time, who's going to take him on? Scoob lost his 1v1. Barcode's the first one who's going to die to it, but that one's to the back of the head. It's going to be Rice this time with the sniper rifle on the side of Mind Freak. And Descendant, whilst he may be thinking about where the other sniper is, he's still very much listening to his teammates to ensure that he cleans up these kills.
Descendant acting as Commander-in-Chief. And a part-time executioner now for Mind Freak. And they've been adjudged to do this Envy team some wrong. Justice will be swift if Descendant can hit a couple of more shots. 8 minutes on the clock, and we know what this map mode combination can throw up. Precision's gotten a double kill. They can push forward now. They know Rice is still behind them here. They know exactly where he's positioned, and he has that sniper rifle. And 2 members have gone back to deal with him. What that has meant now is Piggy was isolated. He was all alone as that one player, Rice, was able to dictate the positioning of 3 members of Envy. And not only were they Mind Freak 1-3 dead, all of a sudden it's completely flipped. And it's Mind Freak laying siege to the base.
That being said, it's not quite as flawless in terms of execution here because there was more members alive, but Barcode just nips around the corner, but Precision and Descendant both hand in hand have been able to get kills here. Barcode is going to have to try and force this one in, but he's going to go down! Doesn't quite put it home. Is anyone there to follow up? Piggy now in a position to try and get some nades on, but Sway's going to try and slide in. We'll cap it. And we are tied up 1-1. By the way, there was an absolute brawl that happened bottom mid prior to that flag. Everyone beating the living daylights out of each other, but the Aussies came out on top.
They're good at power fights, them. Traditionally as a people. And the flag now on the move on the opposite side. A counter cap opportunity here. Sway's going to try and close the distance, close the gap, but unfortunately he's put down. He was the first point of contact. And as quick as you like, Envy are right back into the lead.
That's what happens when you commit so much to getting a flag cap as well. You leave yourself vulnerable to that counter. And I love the position we saw. Precision, who he found himself top middle. He didn't drop down initially to take the gunfire. He always made sure he wasn't exposed so that he could get easy shots onto someone and then commit to the fight if he had to. There's now Envy looking to see maybe can they run a final flag here to not only win this game, but of course it would be winning this series. The flag is out. Shots onto Sways. Jackson's still alive. Descendant's gone down. This flag might be a dead one. I don't think you don't have to force this if you're Envy.
And the play call was made as well. Jackson seemed to turn his attentions away and try and prioritize surviving, but unfortunately for him, Mind Freak were aware of it and they cleared him out, but there's still some riffraff in the base. Rice takes care of business and serves the eviction papers. Now, problem, overshield's about to pop up. Not a problem if you're Mind Freak because you've got enough numbers on the map to contest it. Down goes Jackson. Snipe rifle rattles off a couple of shots. That is not off the map, it's still on. Piggy though, huge shots. But here comes the overshield player, and Precision is the last man alive. And no longer is he a problem. The flag is on the move.
Eyes train over to Jackson, and Sways very wisely shooting the grenades to make sure that he's not going to fall victim to them. But that does delay him slightly. Envy now off the spawn. They're going to try and hit the left-hand side, but I think Sways is going to have enough. Overshield, as I say that, will fall. And suddenly now someone else again has to try and put this one home.
Descendant soaring off top middle.
Big fight.
Soaring to his death. Piggy gets a kill. Piggy soaring in. All four dead from Mind Freak. And this one's nervy. He bides his time, waits for them to empty their pockets. The nades are gone.
Sways.
But Sways is there. Can he get the touch? Yes, he can. He slams it home. And ANZ back on the board. 2-2 now to score.
It's pretty familiar as last time. And we saw a counter cap after it, but I think this time Barcode in a position to stop anyone from Envy from being able to quickly waltz in, but Piggy does take him down. And now Envy again start to lay siege onto the base here. And what has been an incredible game of Forbidden CTF. Scoop's gonna fall. Envy have the numbers, Envy have the position. Mind Freak backs to the wall here, defending and trying to stop this flag from being pulled, but now three are dead and flag's gonna start to move.
And they're all moving together. It's the last one as well, so they can give up map control if they need to. All four dead now from Mind Freak. Piggy's moving the flag along. Nothing to stop them. Smooth sailing from here on out. And Envy slam in their final flag. 3-2 the score in the game. 3-1 the score in the series. Mind Freak eliminated. Envy progress.
Envy into the top 6, and I believe a matchup with SSG on the horizon. As for Mind Freak, we of course take our hats off to them. What an amazing tournament run it's been for the Aussies. Historic Halo action from them. Find themselves in the top 8. They will be at the World Championship later on this month in Seattle, but sadly they fall victim to Envy. But what an incredible run. As for Envy, I'm excited to see how far they can go, because now for them it's going to be about trying to kind of create their own history, getting into that top 4 and trying to be a team up there with the big boys.
And taking a look at the stats, it was really Precision who took over the game. 21, 10, and 8. A dominant performance from him. Descendant was there as well, 17, 9, and 5. And I think I would like to echo the sentiments that Dan said, that a really impressive performance coming from them, and it puts them in a great stead come the Halo World Championships. But that's all we've got time for here tonight. And I believe the B stream game has actually been moved over to A, so that may be a good night from us. Take care, folks. We'll see you again tomorrow.